Hopefully. Hopefully killing the Twitch stream fixes it. Yeah, there's some people who watch on Twitch. That's unfortunate, though. Well, I keep forgetting how bad this tastes. I don't fucking know if we're good. We'll only know when I get started. Are you drinking acid or drinking water hurts them? No. No, I'm saying this actually tastes bad. Okay? Okay, so right now it's telling me that I need to fix something. So before I get started, again, let me see. I mean, no, that shouldn't be a problem actually, what it's telling me. The thing's actually lying to me. Okay, we're gonna get started, and hopefully nothing happens. Even though YouTube right now is telling me that, oh, there's something wrong, but literally the thing is saying, but saying that is wrong is actually not true. Just based on what I'm looking at here. The only thing I can check is make sure that the live stream that was on is dead. Has been shut off, and it has. I already checked it. So I think YouTube was just slow on the uptake. Okay. At first, the lily of the valley remained completely motionless. After radiation concentration broke through 200 phobians, a bud cracked open and emitted a faint halo. This seemed to be a brief signal that woke up the other buds as well. Did it succeed? On each inflorescence, bell-shaped flowers pushed open their bracts and bloomed one after another. The originally pure white petals exuded halos of various colors, gorgeous as transparent LED beads, flashing in sequence under the glass covers. Readings? 161, still dropping. 149, 133. Rosalind is fully charged. Testing power discharge. Copy that. Already turned on. Our eyes fell on the transformer in front of her and the several appliances connected to it. Soon, the tomato blender without its blades installed started shaking first, and its warning lights flashed, alternating red and blue. All the appliances began operating smoothly. According to the digital indicator on the battery, more power was flowing into it through the transformer and accumulating effectively, at a rate even faster than expected. A few fuses burst and shot out sparks, but under the efficient maintenance of Balthil and Rosalind, the experiment was not ruined. As the radiation concentration dropped, the lily of the valley seemed to become more vigorous, as the drooping pedicels slowly straightened up as the flowers bloomed, and the flowing halos became increasingly intense. I couldn't help but avert my gaze to avoid looking directly at them. It wasn't until the radiation concentration dropped below 30 that the light of the flowers began to noticeably dim, revealing a pure white color, and the energy output also decreased. However, these lilies of the valley were undoubtedly still very healthy. Record. Day 12. 29th conversion experiment. Confirmed a significant drop in radiation concentration. Energy conversion verification passed. Retain the sample for continuous observation, subsequently transitioning to Phase D. Commander, congratulations! You completed an invention in this shabby garage that might be recorded in history. Where would there be a studio in the Yellow Zone? This was built overnight for the Commander. You think it's shabby? I think it's shabby too. Anything that hasn't passed 16 Labs laboratory standards acceptance process is just a garage project. Never mind that. Commander, did you know? Although it is very similar to perceptory molding pattern technology, this concept uses natural plants to achieve such an effect, and its implementation difficulty and requirements have been reduced to civilian level. Even these crude pieces of equipment can accomplish it. After large-scale deployment, the prospects for improving the environment in the Yellow Zone are very considerable. I know. A lot of those plants are amazing. Thank you, Commander. What do you mean amazing? I'm not saying there's a problem with the girl's flowers, but the experiment just completed could be classified as a national level patent achievement. There are such technical talents in the Yellow Zone. Could it be a doll? I have no comment on that for now. As for the theoretical aspects, I must thank you and Neater for your assistance. Otherwise, we would have had to waste a lot of time on testing. Moreover, there is still much room for improvement and advice. At least branch out a few more transformers. These are all minor details. Anyway, Commander, the help I provide is limited to some data theories and experimental planning. The rest is entirely up to you. If there are any progress or bottlenecks in the subsequent experiments, let me know. Oh, right. Please pass on the message to the inventor of this technology. If they're willing, 16 Lab would love to recruit such talent with generous terms. If they join now, they might even get to receive guidance from a top-tier scholar parts scout. Yeah, I'm sure she'd be thrilled. Thank you as well. 16 Lab is currently very short on personnel. How's that possible? Person's last speech was a great success, wasn't it? I heard from Leva that the budget provided by the UNC was increased as well. What's the use of adding just a little bit more money? For the past half year, some financial group or organization has been heavily targeting us for poaching, and this time they took more than half our AI researchers, all of whom Perska and I, mostly I, painstakingly cultivated. I'm angry. Just thinking about it makes me mad. Recently, even a new engineer resigned, leaving Nona in charge of Perska's midnight snacks. But why does the engineer have to be in charge of Perska's midnight snacks? Because since ancient times, knowledge has always required a price. Hey, doll over there. I heard you were quite the homemaker back at Griffin. Want to come work for us? Thank you for the invitation, but I won't go anywhere except for by the commander's side. Always showing off. I have to go to the kitchen. See you later. Oh, right, Commander. The things you order are already on the way. The person said since they are experimental, you can use them for free. But remember to write a test report. After seriously instructing me, Leibniz cut off the comms. Lotta and Bothilde frantically carried out the aftermath of the experiment. Lotta would isolate the lily of the valley for observation, while Bothilde had to turn off the device and conduct further data analysis. Helen, Ulrich, Swolmy, and I, who couldn't be of much use, were asked to leave the workshop by Rosalind. Judging by the fire enthusiasm inside, they're probably going to pull another all-nighter. It's really amazing. Although they aren't scientists, the dolls, having experienced the hardships of surviving in the Yellow Zone, could undoubtedly see the prospects of this technology. Purifying radiation and converting energy simultaneously through plants. For the Yellow Zone, which has long been plagued by radiation poverty, popularizing this technology could be said to bring them closer to self-sufficiency and achieve the leap forward. We're back to where we were! Yes! Wait, if you think about it, wouldn't we be way too overpowered in the future? While cultivating crops, we could solve the radiation problem and accidentally generate electricity too. Although it's a technology with a promising future, it can't truly be put into practical use in the short term. After all, the survival rate of the plants and the power output are still quite unstable. Whether crops like tomatoes can be used also requires testing. The device prototype also needs to be improved. Right now it's entirely maintained by those hazard removal skills. Anyway, there's still a lot to do. But this is not the future given to us by you. Knowing that there is hope for the future ahead, everyone can work even harder. Unfortunately, there are also people who want to take that away and destroy such a future. Helen, are you referring to the recent disturbance? Hasn't the development of LocalCache been pretty good lately? The commander set an example, proving that a contaminated zone settlement like LocalCache, as long as it has the right leadership and finds a suitable direction for survival, can pull the wisdom and efforts of everyone to let each person live a life with dignity. More and more areas are eager to shake off the control of the conglomerates, warlords, and gangs. The news brought by Mitchell and the others also proves this. However, according to the Underground Brokers Intelligence Network, the conglomerate doesn't seem to be making any special moves at present. They even reduced the number of mercenaries deployed and actively shut down some of their industries in the Yellow Zone. This is actually a precursor to their taking action. The financial conglomerate hasn't given up on Helena and the others, nor will they just sit idly while their influence in the Yellow Zone declines. The current inaction is more like keeping a low profile before some big moves, to avoid unexpected complications. Correspondingly, we must also make our own preparations. Ulrich, how is the construction of Paladak going? The Pala what? It has already reached a considerable scale. The dormitory facilities are more comprehensive than those in the Dalton community. The combat preparations set up according to the commander's requirements are also... With closer trading, the Dalton community will inevitably have more contact with the outside world. However, neither Ulrich nor I want the location of a thermal power plant to be exposed. After all, guys like Monkey Security and George could attack at any time. The Elmo, which had previously served as a trading platform, has recently been undergoing constant repairs due to multiple damages, and it always needs many stable supporting facilities. We chose a location with relatively low radiation to lay down facilities like power plants and water purification systems. We also brought in dormitories, tomato fields, parts factories, and more, building a small town called Paradaja as an outpost for dolls to trade and interact with the outside world. Since we planned proper living conditions from scratch, the dolls can freely allocate their rooms according to their preferences. Thus, there are quite a few dolls living there recently, and Circle even opened a branch there. So, is this GRF? I think this is GRF. This feels like GRF. Just saying. Thanks to this, the funds that have finally become a bit looser are starting to run tight again. Who have gathered from a coach to the Skinport and other parts of the Ozone all admire you and are eager to contribute their strength to you on the battlefield. Weapon squads like Lebanon, Fabric, and Porcelain have also become role models for those in the community who wish to fight. I appreciate everyone's intentions. The ensuing battles will only become more and more complex. Besides the fire control modules, tactical training, and weapons equipment must also keep up. Therefore, supplies in this regard will also be the focus next. Speaking of weapons and equipment, are you planning to go to that place to take a look? I've already had Grossa put it on my itinerary. Currently, it's mainly because the Elmo has sustained quite a bit of internal damage recently, and is still docked at Makos for overhaul. After finishing the maintenance, we'll head out to the Sentinel Cliff Town. Bishop Nanya and the others will definitely be very happy too, right? That heartless child, leaving you and me in the community to grow tomatoes while she's having who knows how much fun outside. Not even asking her phone. Kinda has been, yeah. After resolving the dispute with Yellow Zone PMC, Pavel, Bishop Nanya and Sweeper, yeah, that's her name now, not Scavenger. Bishop Nanya and Sweeper were finally forgiven by Ulrid for their mistake of taking funds without authorization. At the same time, they also took on the mission of assisting Leo in investigating Swarvok Heavy Industries arsenals. This arsenal, built during World War III, is completely underground. It has a large number of unexplained spaces and passages, and some areas still have out-of-control mechanical units remaining. For the current doll community, there is no better choice to arm the dolls, so they are continuing to advance the mission of taking complete control of the factory. Really? Commander's coming here? Yes. If we are to borrow Swarvok Heavy Industries arsenal, we must also negotiate with the current Sentinel Cliff Town and obtain the consent of the local residents. Please don't worry, Commander. I have purchased the land development rights for that area under the pretext of establishing a new Hussar base. The mayor stepped in and helped us complete all the procedures, and it is now my asset. Next, we just need to obtain further... Exactly. If we can attain ownership through proper channels, there might be many hidden dangers once Swarvok's existence is fully exposed, and the conglomerate might also seize opportunity to strike. Fortunately, the past records of that place were sealed and deleted, so the price was quite cheap. Well, cheap for you anyways. The Griffin Companions, acting as legal experts, have also helped a lot. Please believe us, Commander. We will definitely resolve any remaining worries for you. I understand, but I need to come over. It's better to confirm many things in person. Of course. If you didn't come because of this, I might just cry for you to see. The Elmo has suffered severe malfunctions recently due to repeatedly traversing cloud storms. Repairs were delayed for a few days, but it's fixed now. I dispatched a squad to head your way first. You guys think Liu would mother... I mean, Motherboard, the commander? You mean Motorboat, the commander? Why does Commander have to repeatedly cross collapse storms? You mean former companions will be visiting? That's great! It feels like the old days are gradually coming back. Ah, well then, Commander. I'll go get ready to meet everyone first, and I look forward to the moment we can meet in person. Yes, I'm very much looking forward to it too. After saluting, Liu turned around, hurried over to the dressing table, and deftly began applying her makeup. The table beside her was scattered with large amounts of materials and files prepared for buying land, as well as plans redrafted after countless setbacks. The victory she reported to the commander was not as effortless as she made it out to be. Ever since resolving the crisis at the Hussar Fortress, Liu had poured all her efforts into this goal, not resting for even an hour during this time. Although a doll's appearance wouldn't change over time, she still wants to look more beautiful and reliable in the eyes of her former companions. This should do. Done. Who could it be? I should call Shisui, and the others back first. For half a month, Phelan and her two companions have been assisting Liu and Shisui with the cleanup and inventory of the factory, in an attempt to unearth the military potential hidden within its production lines. With an endless array of firearms and heavy firepower, inventorying and checking them was extremely time-consuming. After the initial excitement passed, it became a repetitive task that even the dolls found agonizing. Look, War Master, Fox Princess! These are the hero's newest weapons! One's the Spear of Benevolence, and the other's the Spear of Righteousness! See if I care. She opened her mouth, but she stopped herself. District 9 raised two heavy sniper rifles at the same time and gestured with them to alleviate the boredom of repetitive work, but because she did this every 5 minutes, Phelan gradually became immune to this comical behavior. Fortunately, because Shisui came to help after finishing cooking, they were able to speed up and see the dawn of the work's completion. Hey! District Nanya is really interesting. By the way, you already used this trope just now. Get to work quickly. The hero will do it. The hero just counted 108. The share allocated to your side is supposed to be a total of 1,215 firearms and 98 heavy weapons. Besides, your job is to record the maintenance status after tuning. Just counting them is useless. Ah, right! The barrel of the Spear of Benevolence needs cleaning, and the magazine of the Spear of Righteousness is cracked. Okay, I'll write it down. Miss Shisui, wouldn't it be more helpful for everyone's efficiency if we kicked Dushinaya out? No! The hero's working hard! Why must the tactician banish me from the party? Because there's no progress in your end at all! When will the work ever get done like this? I explicitly said I wanted to go back and see Master! No, you can't leave. If only Leo and I are doing these tasks. Because Leo is terrible at math, it'll turn into a one-man job. My neural cloud will crash. Even at Griffin, there was never a time with so many guns piled up together. Without your help, I'll... Unless you go find Kalina for me. How can you, a doll, only have yourself in mind? Don't worry, Khan. As long as the War Master and I are one mind, these difficulties will be easily solved. So noisy! Stop saying things like two hearts beating as one. Besides, what does that have to do with maintaining weapons? As Sweeper and Teacher Nanya started bickering again, the atmosphere in the factory became even less conducive to work. Shisui communicator rang at this moment. After confirming the message was sent by Liu, she started hollering at her companions. Half a day later, the dolls gathered in front of the Winged Hussar gates, watching a pink van drive in. 3 petite figures jumped out of the van, and they were quickly surrounded by Phelan and the others. M200? Wow, is that M200? Liu, long time no see. I'm now called Cheyenne. The commander named me. Cheyenne? Yeah, it's a name that suits you very well. Miss Liu, this is our first meeting since Griffin. I'm Sakura. I am currently running a transport company called Sakura Good Fortunes. If there is an opportunity to cooperate with your esteemed company in the future, I will definitely give it my all. Sakura? It hasn't been that long. Why are you speaking in that tone? Oh, hi, Perry. They remembered you. Because she just opened for business not long ago. She's learning business talk from me. Oh, yo. Isn't this MP5? Long time no see. Now I'm called Perry, and I'm considered an underground broker too. Long time no see, type 326-1. She's sweet. Oh, our companions have gathered together in Sentinel Cliff Town. Could it be that the commander is going to assign us another blood-boiling mission? It's not like that. The commander asked me to assist Liu with weapons-related matters during this time. Also, I wanted to meet up with my former comrades. Have you been doing well lately, Liu? Cheyenne is so cute as ever. Hurry, let me lift you as high and give you candy. Huh? Wait! That's too high! They'll go higher! Liu sadly hugged Cheyenne, ignoring her shyness and rubbing it against her soft cheeks. Perhaps deeply understanding her joy at this moment, no one offers Cheyenne a helping hand. I heard the economic development here is pretty good. Is there any business I can get involved in? You're asking the right person. Sentinel Cliff Town is very short on Fiddle, Star Anise, and Doge Bonjin. Demand exceeds supply. Doing this business is guaranteed to work well. Pass. Anything else? Stop peeling tomatoes. Dictionary has nagged about it too many times already. If we had ginger and garlic, they'd be very welcome. The garlic Leo bought last time was poisoned. Why do you only care about ingredients? I'd better investigate myself. Right, and these things, let's eat first. We'll all stay together until the commander arrives, right? We can use this time to properly catch up. Master will come? Yes, the commander's already on the way too, so you don't need to rush to leave, Phelan. Yeah! Alright, to celebrate, Uncle thawed the Griffin work meals I brought from the cafeteria 10 years ago. 10 years ago. So we can all reminisce about the past together. I don't have that strong of an obsession with recalling taste. Let Macchiato eat them when she gets here. The dolls quickly found their old way of interacting, whether it was greeting each other intimately, making somewhat embarrassing jokes, or talking about the missions they had experienced. It all made their neural clouds feel brushed by waves of warmth. Nothing has changed. However, among the crowd, there was one doll who seemed out of place. A Griffin reunion? How boring. I won't go. Dolls don't need to eat anyway, and I definitely don't want to join in the commotion of some Griffin dolls. You're still so awkward, Nixie. Come on, everyone will tell you stories about how we used to enthusiastically brawl with SF dolls in the cafeteria. And the commander also has something he asked me to give to everyone. So I still hope we can gather together. The War Master is an important partner to us. Absence is unacceptable. Don't push me! Honestly, since there's still something the commander wants to give, I'll reluctantly go. I said don't push me! What an unhonest child. This is... it's what Captain Groza and the others had on them. Yes, this is called the remolding pattern. It's the result of Dr. Persicaria's research. After getting the test data from Captain Groza and the others, this is the second batch. Currently, everyone in the Elbow has been equipped with it. The commander asked us to give these to you, Dushinaya and Liu. The instructions manual has also been sent to everyone. Then, I'll leave it to you, Miss Sakura. Sakura carefully opened the mechanical container she was holding, walked up, and placed it in front of the dolls. 10 exquisite, hourglass-like beautiful components were neatly arranged inside, with tiny artificial flowers floating lifelike in the amber crystals. Leo picked up on one of them, and just as their fingertips touched, a faint flash of electricity flickered within. I see. With this, we can quickly recharge and enhance our output in a short period of time, but it will place a burden on our neural clouds. Although I hope we never have to use it, the commander feels that there will be more dangerous situations ahead. They hope everyone can master its operation and record the circumstances of its use. Commander is even bringing out equipment like this? It's like we're in for a big fight. Of course, I have no problem with it. Being able to use awesome equipment to fight for the commander sounds like something that could make me eat 30 more bowls of rice. What? Master, are you preparing to face war? Commander is definitely not someone who likes violent methods, but he is coming this time because he foresaw the signs of war breaking out. So this is a factor that can enhance our combat power, and is also what the commander currently needs. What Master needs, huh? Combat power. On the commander's path, there will inevitably be the hero and her companions traveling alongside. What we hold in our hands at this moment is the future. Future. Then, before actual combat, do you want to do a training exercise? Recently, we've acquired quite a few combat mechs that can be used for training, and we haven't seen our former Griffin colleagues for a long time. Let's test the power of the remolding pattern together. I agree. Honestly, I haven't used them either. That's a great idea. Indeed. Then we'll trouble Liu and Sichui to prepare it for us. Alright! Bring it on! Getting a good workout by fighting before a meal? This really does bring back memories of the Griffin days. Awesome! Is that so? It seems Griffin has its merits too. Okay. Oh no. Oh, so this is a remolding pattern. So strong! Don't abuse it, Digital Nanya. According to the instructions, the remolding pattern will cause burden and damage to our neural cloud, so it cannot be driven for a long time. It's fine. Her neural cloud is empty anyway. I didn't expect that could be considered an advantage too. The 3D cutscenes are better at least. Alright, do it. Thanks, boy. Make sure everything's good. Okay. Remoting pattern is truly a highly efficient trump card, especially since Dailu can grow stronger along with it. However, the burden of the frame and the neural claw is indeed considerable. It's a double-edged sword. I have a question. Why is the utilization rate... Oh, okay. Why is the utilization rate for you, Liu, and Xian a cut above ours? You're all using it for this first time. Could it be related to bank balance too? Oh, whoopsie. It must be because the general and the Potato Master understand the concept of a clear mind better than we do. They can always find inner peace on the battlefield. This purity is proof of their strength. I am not a Potato Master. And aren't yours quite high too, Dushinanya? The higher the remoting patterns affect, the greater the burden on a neural cloud. As long as it's enough, that's the best. Why is my value the lowest? While Fei Lan was pondering, her familiar partner suddenly sent a comms request. Greeting the other dolls, she walked out of the cafeteria and answered Bossy's call. Bossy? Are you a Silicaport? What's up? Fei Lan! Darling and Yomo are heading your way, right? Quick, get the biggest gun ready. We're going to sortie again. Is it helping Master with an important mission? I just got their bowling pattern. What do I do next? Good. Bring them too. And let's charge the ammo together. I see. Huh? Charge where? Take out OTS-14! Alright, you out of your mind? Did you know that OTS-14, I don't know what she ate, but she suddenly mutated into a 3rd-gen doll! And she actually took advantage of the time when I went to Silicaport to set up an office for my beloved darling. She presumptuously built a secret scenic spot for us to hold our oath ceremony and tied darling up for a forced marriage. Thanks to 416, Springfield, and the others, we managed to hold the line. It was a close call. This kind of behavior that incites the wrath of both gods and men is no longer just an ordinary thieving cat. Come back quickly. Let's join forces and teach her a lesson. Teach a 3rd-gen doll a lesson? Us? Yes. And then we'll set up the oath stage again and take darling to get married. Marry a master? Can I do it too? Oh my god. Of course I'd be the bride. You can be the bridesmaid. Then I object. The two dolls exchanged verbal jabs at each other, but overall they were still venting their dissatisfaction over OTS-14 and Groza monopolizing the commander's attention. Over the past many years, they had become accustomed to this way of getting along with no sense of distance. When the commander wasn't around, the two dolls snuggled together like this to endure the lonely minutes and seconds. I say, Basti. What? I'm drafting a plan to take out OTS-14 with my comrades and on MO Live. If you don't have a tactic to submit, don't bother me. Comrades? There is currently no clear hierarchical relationship on the Elbow, and the distance between the dolls and the commander are much closer than during the Griffin days. Because of this, the guys setting their sights on Darling are becoming more and more blatant. I'm contacting the dolls who aren't on the Elbow to seek support. Right now, I gathered 6 doll comrades. That girl Casey PDW snuck in using the auto count. Bias, I kicked her out. So, do you think we have a chance of winning electronic warfare with MDR at the core? No. Basti. I am helping Master right now, right? Am I finally able to be of use to Master? Is your existential crisis, also known as puberty, not over yet? You did very well this time, defeating a tough enemy without letting Void Mystina and LocalCache take the stage. Darling also praised you in front of us, so hurry up and pack some explosives from Liu and bring back. Tina replied to me and said she would help us deal with OTS-14, as long as we help her buy an experimental collider. I am going to tell the master, you know. But I always feel like there's something I haven't done. Why do I have this unease? Even though I dream of returning to Master's side every day. I'm telling you, Phelan. Could it be that you're actually afraid of attaining happiness yourself? Eh? It's because of Dila, right? You still haven't forgiven yourself. You feel you don't deserve to stay under Darling's command. Well, if I disappoint Master, I don't think I'll be able to pull myself together. Is it because of Big Sis Dila? I always feel like I failed her. Throw that kind of thought away. Darling wouldn't abandon us. He even feeds a troublesome woman like me every day. Remembers things I like, and listens to my voice messages. Don't use Darling as an excuse. You're the one who can't let it go, right? Then what should I do? Just do what you want to do. Darling will arrive in Cliffwatch Town in less than a week. You can obediently wait, or you can run away with Darling, or run away from Darling. However, if you still want to stand before Darling, I suggest you... First, we have to repair that frame. The operation and remolding pattern is highly dependent on the frame's condition. My old frame part wouldn't even reach half the effectiveness of my current one. Sop and the others perform much better using frames adjusted by Persica. Speaking of which, for some reason, only OTS-14 couldn't use a voting pattern. Ah, right! This is an opportunity! Don't use a trump card Master gave us in a place like this! I won't feel sorry for you when you get left behind to bite the dust in the yellow zone. It wasn't until I arrived at the MO that I realized how terrible the condition of my frame was. Thanks to Mei Ling, who helped me replace a lot of spare parts, I can move much more freely now. Recently, Darling has been personally adjusting me. I am in exceptionally good condition right now. This is the power of love! Well, I'm struggling so much past use of Master. I hate this! Being lovey-dovey with Darling is secondary. Although, the MO has a complete set of maintenance equipment, Miss Mei Ling, who's in charge of operating it, is so busy all day that she's developed a habit of sleeping anywhere just like T11. Consider it as reducing her burden and leaving a good impression. Fei Ling should try to adjust herself as much as possible first. Facing Darling with a perfect frame will put you in a better mood too. Fine. Oh? So you have the same idea, Basti? We think that Fei Ling's frame is also very high-end, yet the maintenance is severely lacking. We really couldn't stand watching it anymore. The two dolls suddenly appearing beside her gave Fei Ling a jump. Mwah! You heard all that? Only a little bit. You've been gone for too long, Fei Ling. We were worried you ran into some trouble. Perfect timing. Chiefly and I also want to make some adjustments to our frame in preparation to see the commander. So let's go together. We're doing fitting to you guys. By the way, Leo, do you want to join the anti-OTS-14 alliance too? And let's put a pin on that. Taking care of Philly's matters is more important right now, isn't it? Then, ML Live is holding a beauty contest for the most popular doll in the ML soon. The prize is a premium wedding dress sponsored by the ML Live operation team. Can you use your financial power to help me get votes? Sorry, votes won't win you this one. Anyway, Leo, you're not on the ML, so you can't participate. You might as well bet everything on a doll who loves Darling the most. Haha. Oh, oops, my hand slipped. The connection cut out. Signal's pretty bad. Making a funny face at Bati's disappearing image, Leah puffed out her cheeks and walked towards the frame prep room. A voice that always sounded cheerful no matter what came from inside. Don't move! Fei Lin, our maintenance equipment models are the same as the ones from the Elmo. Come on, come on. Give it a try first. What? Is the Fox Princess going to debugger? Frame? Let me help. I'm a professional. No, don't be so forceful. I need to repair a bit. Master, save me! Oh. Holy crap, this water's garbage. A heavy transport plane swept across the night sky, traversing the Yellow Zone's troposphere. After being repeatedly battered by harsh sandstorms and gales, even the once arrogant monkey security insignia had become mottled and dim. Although air travel in the Yellow Zone is a luxury, the hours of turbulence still placed a heavy burden on their waists and shoulders. However, the tense atmosphere between the two passengers stemmed from more than just that. This cabin was like a cage for losers. It's a weird one. This cabin was like a cage for losers, trapping two stray dogs. They avoided each other's gazes, but their nerves were taut for some reason, and a boiling, bubbling anger built up in their chest. The arrogant monkey security officer occupied the main seat. His pride forced him to maintain an upright posture, but traces of fatigue and stress accumulated at the corners of his eyes, which only seemed to make him more irritable and neurotic. The gloomy former Yellow Zone leader sat cross-legged opposite him. Although both avoided eye contact, he undoubtedly felt the crisis of his territory being invaded at any time. Like Lonnie, many days of high-intensity interrogation left his eye bloodshot. So, is her salary among security high? Do I look like an interviewer? If you don't open your mouth, you're a tolerable travel companion. Why not keep it that way? Because I'm really curious about what kind of place Herodalius Island is. Mr. Zimmerman wants me to handle this job well. It'd be better worth my time and effort. You're the one hanging around the Yellow Zone former first leader. You should be the one telling me. All I know is that it's a development zone within the UNC, nothing more. I don't usually pay attention to places where there's no money to be made. Since we're both in the dark about that place, why don't we exchange some intelligence? Noticing that Lonnie had closed his eyes and was completely ignoring him, George suppressed his displeasure. Having experienced the blow to the last failure, he was confident that he had regrouped. The arrogant Green Zone bastard in front of him was just another target he needed to observe and butter up, before fighting his flaws and weaknesses. So, what are you going to do there? I'm out sniffing around. I just sent it on my own way I just sent it on its way with the buffet. Then you'll have to write a very long report to explain how you failed the VIP of this mission. Accidents always happen to busy people. For example, the mission of inquiring about monkey security is one of them. Also, I haven't received any requests of anyone to protect you. Even if I pop your skull open with a gunshot and start a live stream, no one would utter a single word of criticism. After all, you're just a failed petty dictator of our Yellowstone now. I think you don't have many allies left to humiliate and threaten nowadays, Adjutant Lonnie. We are currently on a plane. If I am the loser, you are sitting right across from the loser. Think about that red-haired lady. Who is she sitting with now? The title of red-haired lady made Lonnie's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. He leaned forward, one hand already resting on the sidearm at his waist. George only had time to wonder if he was pushing too fast, and right at that moment, a top priority comms request drew their attention away. Lonnie hesitated for a half a second before answering it. I feel like I've seen you before, but I don't remember where. Ah. They got the espionage music going on now. Oi, oi, oi! Young pillars of the UNC. Are you getting along well? No problems, Uncle Strauss. Did you call specifically for something? You really saved me, Mr. Strauss. Your older nephew almost strangled me to death. George's words made murderous intent rise in Lonnie's eyes once again, while the scrawny, haired old man just grinned, revealing his expensive dental implants and laughing loudly, displaying the vulgar, mercenary appearance of an upstart. However, no matter how frivolous his tone, there was not the slightest hint of a smile in his eyes. This made the two men in the cabin faintly feel a chill, and they couldn't help but sit up straight. Gentlemen, don't play out your love-hate relationship in front of an old man like me. George, boy. In the past I probably would have to call you my lord. But now there's been a consumption downgrade. What haven't you seen? Can't you endure Lonnie's little tantrums? Don't hold it against him. Everyone has their bad days. You've walked out of the gloom and looked forward at the speed of light, but he hasn't yet. Yes, sir. And Lonnie boy, my lovely nephew, let's keep public and private separate, so you don't need to call me uncle. If you want to mess with George boy, I think he's trying to say Georgie boy. If you want to mess with Georgie boy, you'll have to wait until he finishes his business. I'll set up an underground match for you two. No one will investigate whoever lives or dies. Alright, sir. That's a really good joke. It's a joke, right? Let me issue your task, you two little losers. Originally, you were supposed to be assigned a gentle female secretary to soothe your egos with kind words. But our company believes in shock therapy. Next, we will arrive at Herodias. If it's led by Fabin, with the UNC Purification Project Station following up on the collaborative development. It also occupies an important position in the upcoming New Venus project. You've been appointed as the head of development, Georgie, my boy. Which means you'll have to handle a lot of affairs. As for you, Lonnie, my boy, you will serve as the head of security. I'll need to tell you what that entails, do I? This is certainly what I excel at, Doctor. I know how to make a place prosper and thrive. And then hand over on a silver platter. I think preventing that from happening is your job, right? Got any confidence, brother? The people I brought are all elites, and we have the latest tactical dolls. We can easily suppress a riot of 1,000 people Mr. Strauss, you should know that my people are the best. I do know your hiring cost is the highest within mining security, but excellence depends on the performance evaluation. Everyone knows now that the most outstanding squad in mining security is Sister Lentine's Omen Squad, so don't brag. Yes, that's exactly the name I was trying to say just now. You are influenced by the views of worldly, mediocre people, sir. Battle records can be faked, but true strength cannot. This is the conclusion drawn from internal data collection. Big data. The times are not with you, Lonnie boy. But it doesn't make a difference. Herodias is a great place for underdogs to turn things around. Work hard, and you'll have everything. Underdogs. Oh my god, why are you being so sensitive again, Lonnie boy? Let me impart some wisdom for you. It's not shameful to lose a few times in a competition, as long as you win the final one. That is exactly what I came for. Beautiful. Now, you little brats, hurry up and check the memos sent to you. Don't act like curious toddlers asking this and that after getting off the plane. See you later. After the other party's image disappeared, Lonnie finally kicked heavily at where it originally was. The soles of his tactical boots echoed against the cabin wall several times. Only after the pilot looked back somewhat worriedly did Lonnie fall back into his seat and dejectedly pick up his terminal. George resisted the urge to say something he shouldn't under the tense nerves, but still couldn't help humming an out-of-tune old song and then turning on his personal terminal. Let the past remain in the past. After stepping out of the maintenance pod, Phelan felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Her entire body felt light yet still full of strength, and all modules operated incredibly smoothly. This was the exact manifestation of a frame receiving good maintenance and care, with its performance perfectly matching the needs of the neural cloud. And the reactions of the companions gathered around waiting also seemed to prove that she was in excellent condition at this moment. How is it, Fox Princess? The new frame? It looks like the feedback is pretty good, isn't it? Sister Phelan, is there any problem with the center of gravity distribution? This is my first time handling this model of frame, even though I carefully consulted the Honorable Grandmaster Mei Ling from the Elmo, but... Don't worry, it feels fantastic! I feel like my combat power index is 3 times what it used to be. Thank you everyone for going through all this trouble. You. Why are you using yourself as a unit of combat power? These parts... they're from my time at Griffin. They are parts specifically for your frame, Phelan. Collected for you by Miss Basti and the Commander. Because Basti said your frame always had been hard to get completely maintained, so at least when you reunite with the Commander, she hopes you can be tuned up to the best condition. Basti, Master. Sorry for trouble, Sakura. And also, this is the operation plan she said she wants to carry out against Captain OTS-14 for the commander retrieval battle after you return to the Elmo. I advise you not take it. Yeah, just burn it. So they were collected from various places? No wonder the difference between new and old are so large. However, these parts have been maintained very thoroughly, and their compatibility with Fei Lin's frame is also perfect. I can guarantee that there will be absolutely no problems in use, and they can fully bring out the capabilities of Fei Lin's frame. Thank you. But is it okay for me to still be here, Vera? I heard that you're going to start a lawsuit regarding your family's case. Shouldn't you go prepare for it properly? It's fine. Anyway, my brother said earlier that he wanted to make a clean... Manly? He wanted to make a clean, manly break of it. When he apologized, he said everyone in the Hussars beat him up. Or he asked everyone in the Hussars to beat him up. And he is still recovering from his injuries. Furthermore, the lawyer business Leo introduced is excellent and has already completed all the preparations for us before the appeal. I want to do as much as possible for everyone before I leave. By the way, Sis Fei Lin, is this one of those replaced parts? Vera lifted her hands, and Fei Lin noticed the precision spear resting on her palms. It was both a decoration and a vital combat artillery module for her frame, the same model she had used consistently since her time at Griffin. And to Fei Lin, it held an even more special significance. This one's already broken, but I've always taken good care of it as an important memento. It was indeed poorly and out of power. It was indeed running poorly and out of power, but it wasn't hard to fix. I've already adjusted it. The reason you couldn't use it before should be because some of your modules have been turned off for a long time, leading to incompatibility. But after installing these new parts, it can operate normally, which should be very helpful to you. Yeah? Really? Yes. Please give it a try. If there's any issues, I will help you adjust again. Thank you, Vera. Compatibility, huh? This kind of thing is very common for everyone. I couldn't find it very easy to move around when I tried to equip a Berserker model's left arm before either. Berserker means sweeper in this case. Piecing together a frame from so many parts will definitely affect performance. Can't you just use a complete one? This frame was prepared for me by everyone in the doll community. It's a frame I'm proud of. Odfield, Helen, and the others have also been helping me optimize it. Although it's not as advanced as the Fox Princesses, it can still perform very well and gorgeous tactical from very complex and gorgeous tactical movements. This is the Hero Special Case, or Hero Special Skill. Yeah. Ooh. Wow. The water's getting worse. It's actually getting unbearable to drink. Tactical movements shouldn't be complex, right? Ignoring the bickering between Nanya and Sweeper, Phelan stared at the hair accessory in her palm. There was a small doodle on it, drawn by Dyla, the most important person in her and Bossy's lives, second only to the commander. Now that doodle is still there, but Dyla is already. Perhaps it's precisely because of this doodle that, although she has never been able to use it normally, Phelan always carried the 1,000 hair accessory with her. However, here with the support provided by her master, her favorite master, it was able to function once again. Phelan couldn't help but recall the word Bassy often hung on her lips. Destiny. Sister Dyla, we're doing great. Zoe is also doing great, being together with Lydia. We are all moving forward. Whispering like this, she carefully pinned the hair accessory into her hair. Checked the module interference and activated it. However, right at that moment, sure enough, it connected. Huh? With the operation of the hair accessory, a tide of information swiftly swept past Phelan's eyes. These were all contents he was familiar with. Among them, a short piece of information caught her attention. It was a set of coordinates, recorded in a navigation problem. Where is this? This isn't Griffin's intel. Entry time is 2070. Dylan? Or Dyla? Rhodius. Where is that? What on earth are you thinking? It's a rare chance to meet up with Darling. What do you mean you still have things to do? If it's about Dyla, I can help too. And Lydia wants to sit back and watch either. There's no need for you to be in such a hurry. I know Bassy is right, but the information recorded on this hair accessory was inputted the last time Sister Dyla left. This must be the final mission Sister Dyla entrusted to me. I can't bother him about it. Stop fooling around! Dyla is no longer here. You're not a commander's doll, only Elmo. Besides, I at least have the right to know what kind of mission this is, right? Bassy, do you remember that memento Big Sis Dyla had someone bring to us at the end? I've always kept it with me, and I haven't given it to Zoe. It's because I don't want to remind her of her mother's death, but there's another reason. That is, I don't know what this legacy actually represents, or whether it hides some kind of present. But now, I think I'm starting to understand. After Phelan finished nodding, she took out a memory chip from her chest. It was an old, but extremely durable wartime model. Even though the surface was severely worn and it had been soaked in water for a long time, it could still operate. After inserting it to the interface, the same voice sounded between the neural clouds of the two dolls. Only seemed to be in poor condition, her voice weak as a thread. The previous... This is a box. I couldn't do it. Please find that treasure. Bring it home. This is... Dyla's voice. What does music box mean? The kind of ancient music playing device? Wait, I think I remember Dyla saying something about Vixis, Dyla, and Lydia Lydia's ancestors made their fortune creating and selling music boxes over a century ago. To them, they referred to important things like that as music boxes. Sister Dyla prepared a lot for her own death. Everything she left behind has a use. Only this chip is a single item with an unknown purpose. Even if you try to read the information inside, you can only get another meaningless message from her. However, combined with the coordinates she left in my hair accessory, the results are clear. This is a key to something. Like Lydia, Dyla likes to use her own voice as a key. Okay, even if this might be the key for the terminal, and the location of that terminal is at the coordinates you just confirmed, it doesn't mean you. It must be like this, for sure. If I had fixed this earlier, I'd have listened to you and maintained my frame earlier. I could have gotten this intel sooner. Now it might already be too late to use. So I absolutely could not wait any longer. I must. Fox Princess, stop! Let go! Feeling felt a strong hand grab her waist. Every single press instantly flashed with an ominous red light, and she turned her head to look at the person behind her as if preparing for battle. Dulcinea is gazing at her with worry and unconditional care. Her frank and clear eyes instantly extinguish all the anger burning in with Fade Lynn's neural cloud. Dulcinea, I'm sorry. Please let me go. This is something I have to go. Fido, you are the hero's companion, an old acquaintance from Griffin, a comrade from the Elmo, and an accomplice who carved the sword inscription on the War Master's butt together. Did that happen? Hold on. There is nothing you can do alone. But Bossy and Dulcinea are right, Phelan. Master! I'm sorry, I'm gonna be late for a bit because I... Seeing the person she longed for appear on the comms, Phelan finally stopped in her tracks, and the other dolls chased after her. Even though I don't know Dyla, I heard a lot about her deeds. For a long time, she has used her identity as an underground broker to help the people of the Yellow Zone. Who knows how many people have received her kindness. Now that the Yelmo has also established a good cooperative relationship with her family, it is natural to assist in retrieving the things she cared about before passing. Therefore, I assign you, along with Dulcinea, Sweeper, and Fetusa, to execute this mission. Retrieve the item. As for how to use it, you may judge it for yourself, such as properly returning it to its rightful owner. Thank you, my master. Leah, please assist him. We do it even if you didn't ask, Commander. Please, rest assured. Baylin, can you display and sync that coordinate location to us? Sorry, Liu, Dulcinea. I won't push myself too hard anymore. As for the coordinates, I've already investigated them. It's an island 200 kilometers offshore after a 2-day drive from Sentinel Cliff Town. The specific location is a small island called Herodias. Herodias? The special zone of hope? Upon receiving the message, Leo's expression turned somewhat solemn, while also appearing a bit confused. After exchanging a glance with Shisui, she looked back at Feilin. Hope Special Zone? It seems that place used to be a prison a long time ago, with many felons gathered there, but it was later abolished. The soil on the island is not bad, so they can just grow crops and catch a small amount of fish for trade. There also seems to be some remaining factories, enough for self-sufficiency. In recent years, its reputation has been slowly rising. It is one of the very few places in Yellowstone that can take in refugees and provide help. But since it's on an island, it's very inconvenient to get there. To be honest, I've always wanted to go there for a visit and inspections. Helen, what's the conclusion on your end? I just did a quick check based on Leo's information, and there are no discrepancies. Herodias was once a Neo-Soviet prison, but it was abolished before being incorporated into the RNC. The originally strong defense forces and the living facilities prepared for the prisoners that have instead become good condition for settlement. Dang, it's a lot of text. Ah! Ugh. Ah, this water's fucking awful now. Hold on. Just give me a second. Ah! Ah! Oh, okay, that's better. Are you drinking from the toilet? He's getting from the sewer. No, it's just healthy water. That's all it is. It was redhead sweat. No, I wouldn't. I just need a different drink, that's all. No, I wouldn't. It's just healthy coconut water, that's what it is. And I drank most of it, but the bottom is fucking awful. Like, I actually cannot stomach it, so I'm done with it. Currently, it is registered within the URNC as one of the pilot sites for the purification project. The radiation concentration has been suppressed to the lowest level of the Yellowstone, making it reasonably habitable. Furthermore, it has been constantly taking in Yellowstone residents, promising to provide food and medical security. Purification projects. Having this title makes it easiest to operate in Yellowstone. I don't think this place is as simple as advertised. Feilin, handle this carefully. Understood, Master. Vector and Team 2 of Squad 404 should not be far from you. I will have them provide support for you after they complete their ongoing mission. You can rendezvous along the way first to exchange information. Once Cheyenne and the others finish inventory work at the arsenal with us, we can also come to help. Don't push yourself too hard, okay, Feilin?
Phelan? Don't worry, everyone. The Heroes Party will successfully complete the mission this time, too. The Herald Chariot can set out once again. Okay, Master. I will definitely do my best. What a pain. We have to take a detour again. So dishonest. You're actually happy about it too, aren't you? This journey can continue. We, along with Duchess Nanya and Fei Lin, have already become very reliable comrades. Stop joking around. You're not serious about war at all. How could they be qualified to be teammates with a distinguished fairy like me? Right. About what Duchess Nanya just said. Something about you guys being accomplices in something. I think I heard the word graffiti or something like that. Could you explain it to me? Explain it carefully. To my sword! Crisis imminent! Retreat!
Bro can't be found in Caribbean. Look, if I had it... Look, man. I like coconuts. I truly do. But the way how it was done in that water, it was not good, man. It just wasn't. I'm telling you. Okay, give me 1 minute. I just want to grab a quick snack. Not cooking anything. Just grab a snack. Okay. He went to pick his own coconut atop a tree. What the fuck? This is Texas. You think I can find the coconuts here? You know what? Yeah, it does look like the background from Mother Base. I've only been spoiled on one thing, and then since then I just went radio silent until now. So okay. Under the scorching sun, a group of refugees were sheltering in the shadows of the ruins, recovering their stamina. In the Yellow Zone, this is a common occurrence. Once the population of a settlement exceeds its capacity, some people are forced to leave and look for other areas where they can live. Some of them are energetic young people, while others are the elderly, who are considered unable to make further contributions. To deal with accidents on the journey, if circumstances allow, people will move collectively. But even so, due to the rampage of bandits and elites, their survival rate in the Yellow Zone is not high. In today's Yellow Zone, this situation has undergone some changes. While these refugees rest, several fully armed, neat, and capable beautiful girls are keeping watch nearby. This safe atmosphere finally allows people to rest with ease and provides a little comfort. The workload has increased again. It's so despairing. Stop despairing over there and quickly find some water. There's an old person here who's fading fast. Harpsy, what's the nearest supply point? The food reserves are not going to hold up forever. Cliffwatch Town is still a day's journey away. I've already contacted Liu. She said someone will bring us supplies. It shouldn't be delivered by that truck, right? With the aid of binoculars, the visual module clearly locked onto the distant target. Vector immediately shared the image with the rest of the squad. I'm sure she'll like coconut water. That's because she's depressed all the time. A truck that shouldn't have appeared in the Yellow Zone was bumping along the rugged road. Although it was indeed heading in their direction, its route was constantly changing, swerving all over the place. Is the driver a drunk Klukai? This counts as drunk driving, right? Alright, this is the end of Spot 404. We'll disband as soon as we get back. I'm not going to disband. It should be Duchess Nanya, Faetusa, and Fei Lin in that car. Driven like that, they'll fall off a cliff and go missing very soon, won't they? Let's leave evidence that we try to protect and guide them before the tragedy happens. Stop messing around. I've also found some unusual readings here. The ambient radiation concentration inexplicably increased by 0.028%, and the probability of elite infected approaching has risen to 11%. Great, we're done for. We're dead meat. This place is full of human refugees. The vibrations caused by their movements will attract elites sooner or later. Even if they are willing to completely follow orders, it's too difficult to organize a defense and save everyone. How many sacrifices can I justify to the commander? It won't be over.
Hurry and raise the alert level. Contact Teacher Nanya and the others. Got you scribble all over my precious Sinkus fairy frame. I'll make you pay for your offense. Although it was indeed Teacher Nanya's fault, please don't elbow her anymore while driving. Her face is already blurred from being elbowed. Shut up! You're an accomplice too. I'm only temporarily sparing you because I don't want to break the new frame the commander prepared for you. I didn't expect Nixie to be so considerate. Because my tactical prediction, or rather my feeling, is that there will absolutely be a battle in that place called Herodias. Yeah, I think so too. I just wanted to help the War Master integrate into the doll community better. Doing silly things together promotes friendship. The War Master really can take a joke. Even if you're a doll, getting hit on the head will make you stupider. Do you even have any room left to get stupider? Anyway, I'll let you off this time for Liu's sake. After all, I got a new frame and I'm in a good mood right now. But if there's a next time, I'll kill you without mercy. As she spoke, Sweeper affectionately stroked the black metal box beside her with her fingers. Inside was the greatest reward of their journey, the elite Sinkus fairy frame obtained from the underground broker. Compared to other military frames, its acquisition difficulty is extremely high. Not a second one can be found in the entire dock community or on the Elmo. That's so great! Both the Fox Princess and the War Master have evolved! I want to become stronger too! This is what the destiny of a hero should be! Don't delude yourself. Sinkus fairy technology is the strongest. We're not like you mass-produced models who are still using the Zinner protocol. Nixie sure is happy, but this frame seems to have a special barrier installed, unable to accommodate a second neural cloud. It needs to be modified before I can enter. Isn't that perfect? I've been wanting to separate from you for a long time too. You're heartless! Feilan! Nanya, look at her! The War Master doesn't really think that way. The cops are coming in.
Yeah, I like the name Scavenger more. But it is what it is. Accuracy is accuracy.
Hello? You want me to say it? Anyway, Squad Nanya. We are Team 2 of Squad 404. What do you mean, Squad Nanya? When did she become the captain? Whoever comes is fine. Pay attention to your front left. There's be a large swarm of Elid moving here. We are currently executing a refugee escort mission assigned by the commander. There are about 100 people here. Once you are ambushed, everyone will probably drop dead like flies. Could we trouble you to do our job for us? Ouch! Ignore her. The battle plans as follows. We will choose a suitable position to intercept those elites. Please flank them from behind and launch a pincer attack to eliminate all individuals, preventing the refugee from taking any harm. Oh, the hero understands. Let us use the steel roaring of hope and salvation to unleash a scorching torrent of destruction, catching all the demons and monsters from the dark paths of the underworld in one fell swoop. The fuck? I'll leave it to you then. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Wilrod. I'm not the captain. Alright, we've arrived at the position. Prepare to engage. Watch that! Hell, Chariot! Carry us forward to our fateful battle! Say, Teacher Nanya, who is the captain of your squad? Since it's the hero and her cheerful companions, of course it's me, the hero! However, when we make decisions, we adopt a voting system. On the flip side, who was your captain? Fukai forced me into this role, but I actually think both Ruchi and Wilrod are more suited for it. That's not true! Vector's the strongest. When she gets serious, she's on par with Fukai. Really? Interesting. Then let me witness it. How unfortunate. I had to bear unnecessary expectations again. Thanks, boy. Also, they improved the cutscenes, the 3D cutscenes. They're adding more emotions. The last elite entity is confirmed eliminated. Operation successful. We actually succeeded. Looks like God has prepared even more hardships for us later on. You're obviously good at combat actions and commanding, so why do I step into our morale? That's just how she is. Anyways, thanks for your support. And Feilin, long time no see. Wilrod, Vector, Ruchi, Harpsy, it's been a while. It's so great to be back on the Elmo and see everyone again. The Elmo's getting more and more stunning dolls. Now I'll become more and more inconspicuous. Don't join in the fuss. It's enough to have the captain be all deflated. After our breaking in period, we absolutely won't lose the 80s squad in Elmo now. By the way, Duchef Nanya, Feilin, Leo asked you to transport supplies here, right? We'll be able to unload it soon. Leo said that shelters and food for refugees have already been prepared in Whistlecliff town. Whistlecliff? Please complete the final leg of the journey. There will be hussars guiding you on the mountain road. That's a huge help. Once we complete this escort, we'll also immediately head over to support your mission. It's called Herodias, right? That place lacks enough public intelligence, but we're about to ask around, and it seems among the people who we're escorting, there's someone quite notable about it. Who? Then, can I ask a few questions? Of course, you can ask while distributing the food. Here it is. Here it is. This is She Sweet Special fried bread. It has more calories than compressed biscuits. There's also licorice, candies for the children. Little hero, do not yield to the current difficulties. You will surely grow up strong. That is not a little boy. That's not a little boy at all. To think there's licorice candy. I was almost forgetting the taste of it. Indeed, it is good to live a little longer. Big sis, can I really eat this? Do we need to trade anything for it? I don't have anything, but my little brother is very hungry. Just giving him a little bit is fine. I don't mind. No problem, no problem. Please, eat to your heart's content. We are all travelers who have overcome difficulties along the way. I'm sure he said cuckoo gaga. The Tomato King will guide the hero to protect you. You don't have to worry anymore. With Duchess Nanya's highly approachable voice and lively performance, the originally somewhat restless refugees settled down. Even though their future was uncertain, with a supply of food and clean water, humans naturally became easier to get along with. Accompanied by the members of Squad 404 Team 2, Phelan walked towards a few young people who were clearly a small group. Compared to the other refugees, they had more luggage and were well equipped. It was evident that they had prepared for this journey for a long time. What? You ladies are going to Herodias? Yes, we have a mission, but we don't know much about that place yet. We're hoping to get some clues from you. It might seem ungrateful to say this to our benefactors who escort us all the way, but could we make it in condition? We didn't bring too much funds. We hope you won't ask for too much. There's no way we asked the benefactor for money. Actually, our real destination for this trip was Herodias. We originally wanted to go to Sentinel Cliff Town to rest and grab a meal before heading there, but then we saw your vehicle. Miss, I wonder if we could hitch a ride and go together with you. Yeah, this guy gets around, man. He's everywhere. Though, it seems to be he's at his lowest point in life. You know, he was a courier, he was a thug, he had places to go, but now he's in the yellow zone. He just broke. He has a history right now. But you are on an escort mission. If you leave the team, don't worry about it. The mission we received is to escort those who are willing to a settlement that's willing to accept them. It was never restricted to Sentinel Cliff Town in the first place. After arriving there, wanting to continue moving to other destinations is also normal. The superior officer won't complain. Well, since that's the case, we can take you along to Herodias. Please tell me what you know about the situation. They're all cousins. Hearing Finland's words, young people looked at each other and nodded together. Have you heard of Galen Arc? Galen's Arc? What's that? I think I've heard rumors like that. It's a great passenger liner, right? Yeah. This big ship is called Galen Tian, belonging to a government agency, recruiting workers for the purification project. As long as you accept employment, you can obtain stable living security locally, and even obtain permanent settlement qualifications in the places restored to green zones after the purification is completed. As long as we can board that ship, our lives and futures can be guaranteed. Sounds like a rat race. There are many such organizations in the Yellow Zone. If you're lucky, you can get scammed out of everything. Oh, you just get scammed out of everything. If you're unlucky, you can easily lose your life and implicate your family. Of course, we aren't fools. This definitely isn't a scam. The proof is, my uncle boarded the ship a year ago and joined that project. And he kept in touch with us all this time. That makes it even worse. Usually these scams start with relatives. I recommend installing an anti-fraud app. You doll, can't you understand humanity's hope and longings for the future? It's exactly because I understand it so well that I can say for sure that those things will eventually turn into extra bills. Damn, Vector. Sorry to interrupt, but what does the Galen's Arc have to do with the Herodias? That's why we're going there. Herodias is one of the Arc's 4 known docking points in the Yellow Zone. One day, every quarter, the Arc arrives at a docking port, completes the selection process there. It then weighs, anchors, and heads for the purification project. Although it sounds hard to believe, we can be sure that this guy's uncle is doing fine. Because it wasn't just his uncle who boarded the Ark. There are even older and more qualified people from our village who succeeded. And they even delivered food and medicine to that village. The port where Caelan's Ark docks, Herodias. Are there any conditions to board the Ark? Although our captain is a bit pessimistic, unfortunately I share her view. In the Yellow Zone, unconditional hope is often dangerous. They say there's an assessment for professional mechanical and construction skills. But even if you fail, as long as you have the will, you can undergo training and learn in Herodias. Even if it's just the life in Herodias, it's better than our village. If we succeed, I hope to bring my family with me. So what do they rely on there to resist raids and Elite infected? Well, we're not too sure about that. But since there's a plan prepared by the UNC, there must be corresponding measures, right? We all know the Tomato King protects helpless settlements, but no matter what, an individual's power cannot be compared to the official UNC. That's all we know. Also, my uncle told me that if you want to enter Herodias, there is only one pier where you can board. Anywhere else will be considered illegal trespassing. If you can bring us along, leave the guidance to me. Understood. Vector, can we take charge of their safety from here on out? I understand. We will hand over the safety of these 4 personnel to you now. Well then, please follow us. I hope everyone can find what they're looking for in Herodias. See you later, Phelan. You take care too. Please thank Leo for me. Hope Special Zone. I heard that the island we live on is called this. To be honest, I don't really understand things like Hope. If I had to say what's special about this place, having never been anywhere else, I couldn't tell you. I was born and raised on this island, and perhaps I'll start a family like my parents, and finally die of old age on the island like my grandparents. It's said that in this era, such a thing is called happiness, because the world outside this island is cruel, miserable, and full of tears. I don't really understand those things. Ordinary days are fine. I just think that occasionally, perhaps something special will happen, bringing changes worth remembering. Hey, Mika! Come out! Quick and look! It's an airplane! An airplane! What? Where? My friend's voice came from outside, urging me to open the window and look out. The 3 friends I always play with, Valia, Camille, and Sasha, were all calling to me. On Herodias, we can only learn about the outside world through a few channels. This is probably the only bad thing about it. They said it was to make us focus more on our studies and work, but for us children, we had too much time and curiosity, more than this island could contain. The only exceptions were when outsiders boarded the island, like irregular ferries, or when the Caelan's Ark docked. And also visitors coming from the sky, just like today. Oh my, gone out to play? Have you finished your homework? There hasn't been any homework lately. Oh right, the teacher. Then make sure to be back before Dad gets off work. Got it. Rushing out the door, I only had time to wave at my nagging mother. Looking up, yeah, fuck your mom. Looking up, I saw 3 huge dark shadows gradually becoming clear in the sky. They were planes of the military, like beasts of steel, circling and descending step by step. So many coming at once. When was the last time? Ho ho ho! Amazing! This must be an unprecedented event in the history of Herodias. 3 at once! I told you we're going to war. or a 200-meter tall eelet is going to crawl out from the bottom of the sea and attack us. Yeah, that's a unique model. She's still faithless, though. It's all over now. I want to confess my feelings to Mika before I die. Mika, I like you. Kiss me. Stop messing around. How could there be such a huge eelet? It's probably because quite a few people fell ill recently. So they sent doctors, right?
That's up.
Mika, have you seen people who are sick? Are you okay? Are you scared? Yeah, it's a bit scary. But that's okay. Surrounded by my 3 companions, I nodded to Camille, the one I trusted the most. Although I feel a bit sorry for Sasha, I actually like Camille. Good job. Good job, buddy. That's not important right now. After all, I was still young. It's not impossible for me to fall for Sasha in the future. But what's important is why 3 planes flew to the island. I agree with Camille. That's because of the disease that's been common on the island lately. Among my companions, I was the only one who had seen the people fall ill. Describing it as a bit scary is too gentle. People would suddenly collapse, scream, vomit a white substance, have yellow liquid flow from the corners of their eyes, desperately scratch their own faces, and then lose consciousness. I heard that outside the island there's a disease called eelet infection. I wonder if this is it. Stop discussing. It looks like they stopped there again. Mika, should we chase them? Chase! We took off running. Running up the ramp in the center of the town. It only takes about 10 minutes to reach the mountain. From there, you can see the factory area where the adults work, and the largest open space on the island, the airport. Although adults don't let children into the factory, we have our ways. This feels like a bailing island incident, to be honest. The teacher also fell ill recently. Although it's not good to have classes, it is also quite boring. I hope the teacher gets well soon, otherwise we'll fall behind our scheduled learning progress. Camille just loves saying things that are hard to understand on purpose. Progress this, progress that. What does that matter, right, Mika? Don't always make Mika learn bad habits from you. If we finish our studies sooner, we can become independent adults and go to work sooner. Work? I don't want to work. I want to leave this island and go outside. Outside? What you, Mika? Do you want to be a boring person like Camille? Or do you want to go on an adventure with me? Don't. Mika will stay on the island with me, right?
Man, Mika has his own harem. Yeah, you start young, huh?
I couldn't answer them. However, I felt like someone had asked me a similar question in the past. If you want to leave this island. A question like this, yet I couldn't remember my answer. Who was that?
Stop saying Epstein Island did it, Dylan. Yeah, it's these guys again. Oh, whoopsie. The heavy transport plane broke through the clouds, descending towards a small island emerging in the vast sea. Wilson Island. Shut the fuck up, Dylan. George puts down the terminal in his hand and looked out, trying to capture the silhouette of the small town that had been outlined. Hundreds of houses built quite elegantly.
Every household had vegetables or flowers cultivated in front and back, meaning the soil and water here were of high quality. It's just that, compared to Makosh, it was far too small. A place like this is actually an important part of the new Venice project. I already have rock bottom. George's gaze was attracted by the sight of the other side of the island. It was fully equipped pier. Even a layman like him could tell that the berths there seemed to be prepared for ridiculously large ships. Such a large port, yet not a single ship is docked. Is there really nothing wrong with this place? Underestimating this place. The size of this island is just right for a sea fortress. Did you see the gun batteries? Just from the number of coastal defense guns, this place has a defense capability equivalent to ordinary UNC military garrison. For the Yellow Zone, this place can already be considered a treasure. Oops, oopsie. I just burped for some reason. Indeed, people don't necessarily have to live in the town. It's said there's a factory on the other side of the island. The dormitories there should also be able to accommodate thousands of people. I just think that the land utilization rate is really poor. Makosh doesn't have an environment for arable land, so we can only grow mushrooms. You can grow a lot more here. A farmer in the Yellow Zone, if suits you well. You can even grow tomatoes. Don't say that fucking word! Oh man. I bet he sees tomatoes and goes. Does he get a burger? And then when he also he sees his tomato, he just his eye pulls out like. Oh, what are you doing? Caught off guard as his collar was grabbed, Lonnie subconsciously put his hand on the pistol at his waist. But George also grabbed his other wrist, glaring at him like a wild beast whose ferocity has been provoked. He has nightmares about tomatoes every night. Crap. I accidentally let it get to my head. Now I can only keep asking fierce. Young master, let's just be frank. Neither of us have been having a smooth time lately. But what am I? I'm just a wild dog in the Yellow Zone. Even if I chew dirt on a small island like this for the rest of my life, it would still be considered a good end for me. But you're different. You still have to make a push for it. In the end, you're not here to work, but to get close to Mr. Strauss, build a good relationship with them, and to have them hand over that thing they're building to you, right? Would you hear that? You dare visit my background? Mustard gas. How many towns and settlements do you think the conglomerate has invested in? Makoshi's success in the inception. Even if I'm a nobody right now, I still have plenty of friends who will tell me the backgrounds of the people taking the same flight as me. You'll find me useful. Don't be too proud when the time comes, young master. Let go. George gave Lonnie a nonchalant smile and let go of his hand. Lonnie used his elbow to bump him back into his seat. The plane began its final descent, and George fastened his seatbelt. This event made me like George and Lonnie. I'm sorry. Like, just George having the actual PTSD from hearing the word tomato just... That's just chef's kiss. And at the very end, he finally noticed the location where the plane was about to land. It was a massive building that would make even Mako sigh in despair. It had a silhouette of a fortress, the streamlined features of a research institution, and a giant URNC logo. You give the pizza has pizza sauce. Let's see, freak out. Ah, tomatoes! Just throws a pizza. No, he's one of those weird people who gets Alfredo pizza instead. That is a true core of Herodias. Hera Technologies. So what if they have connections with the URNC? I want to see just what they prepared for me here. I'm sorry, who the fuck are you? Like you came just out of MGS 5. Okay. Welcome, you two. I am the mayor of this town in Herodias. From now on, I'll be at your disposal. Wow. You couldn't give it a more evil name if you tried. I am Sneeble, the head of the factory and the director of the R&D office. Unlike the arrogant-looking Lonnie, George eagerly reached out his hands, but only the mayor shook hands with him. The scrawny man named Sneeble looked even more impatient than Lonnie. The mayor was clearly quite wary of him, seemingly pleading with his eyes for the man to have a bit more patience. Of course, the reason for this was also written on a terminal George had reviewed before landing. Herodias' facilities were divided into 3 main zones: town, factory, and port. Only the town fell under the civilian category. As for factory and port, both were managed by Sneeble, whose power and importance on the island were the greatest. Of course they are. Thank you for coming. Not at all. Whether in development or security departments, we need talents like you two. I heard that gentleman personally recommended you. I'm glad Herodias is receiving such high regard. No need for pleasantries. My team will take over the security situation here, including the coastal defense guns and the factory. Only those approved by me can enter the facility. The authority over the coastal defense guns will not change either. It's enough for you to take charge of the areas outside the factory. Mr. Strauss entrusted me in charge of everything related to security on the island, naturally including the factory. Either Mr. Strauss hasn't visited the site for too long, or you misunderstood. Everything in the factory is managed by me, but if I need you for something, I hope we can be on call. You better figure out who's holding the guns. Noticing the tense situation between those two, George quickly made his first choice since landing on the island. Oh, Professor, I'm sorry. President Lonnie is just too dedicated for his work. Of course, you're in charge here. You have absolutely no problem cooperating with Dr. Sneeble's work. Whether it's me or him, or those elites of his from Monty Security, it's all the same. You! Caught in the middle, Lonnie glared viciously at George, barely suppressing his anger. He didn't want to come into conflict with the other party this soon either. Sneeble snorted from his nose, like an ermine giving a warning cry. Anyone who wants to enter the factory needs to declare it in advance. I'm just here to say this. If you disturb me, then we might really have to see if Mr. Lonnie has enough guns. I'd like to submit an application right now, Director. I heard you used to be a lead developer at IOP. Of course he is. And Mr. Javier's wealth is inseparable from your great achievements. I very much hope to pay respects to your current work. Applying is a standard procedure. I'm not responsible for receiving applications, only for approving them. But after lunch tomorrow, perhaps I will have some free time. Yeah, suck his dick. Sneebo finally cast a slightly interested glance at George, then turned and left the three of them behind, leaving only George Lonnie glaring at him, and the clearly lost mayor. Alright, respected Mr. Mayor. You don't deserve a name, Mr. Mayor. What are our adventures next? I wouldn't dare, Porter George. Have a cup of tea first. When our car arrives, I'll take you on a tour of a town. No need to go in that trouble. I'll already prepare the car. Seeming to have found an opportunity to show off his strength, Lonnie snapped his fingers. The monkey security forces, already lined up and on standby, gathered behind them. Lonnie's adjutant drove a brand new open-top Jeep and stopped in front of them, opening the door. As expected of the military elites, now the town security is guaranteed. Since I'm taking the field, this minor matter is naturally foolproof. Are there any major threats that disrupt the town's public order? Major threats? No. There are very few cases of theft on this island. It's just... I've recently heard that someone saw ornamentless robots wandering the island. They might be dolls. Dolls? Like the ones I brought? I'm not sure about that. I was transferred from another district, but there really are no dolls on Herodias Island. Many people here can't tell the difference between dolls and... Okay. Alright. Steer away from conversations between dolls. Not supposing to look like humans. Because that still annoys me. And some older folks just still call dolls robots. Of course, even if there absolutely wouldn't be elite, tough, and advanced dolls like the ones under your command. They might just be old models that drifted over. Don't be fooled by their appearances, Mayor. Some dolls are indeed very naive, but some are even more cunning and fierce than humans. Huh? We can't go in. Unfortunately, although we welcome the people of the Yellow Zone, we really have no precedent for receiving dolls. While the ferry is here, please go back. We can testify that they are friendly dolls and very reliable. Even so, please don't make things difficult for us. It's the rules. Except for dolls from government agencies, only humans can enter Herodias. I really didn't expect that there are still areas where that forbid dolls from entering and exiting nowadays. People's visions are deteriorating, maybe. As Phelan said this, she looked back at the car behind her and saw the old flat-bottomed steamboat at the distant ferry crossing. When they arrived, dozens of people were already on the boat, but there was still space. After paying an extra cost, they brought the car aboard as well. It only took 4 hours from the opposite shore to Herodias Island. I thought it would be a smooth sailing, but encountered an obstacle upon entering the town. You're here to get something, right? Then just force your way in, take it and leave. I'm still not sure what the relationship between this place and Sister Thyla is. And if I end up causing trouble for Master, that won't do. The people who came with us have traveled a long way to get here, hoping to enter. Implicating them would make me feel guilty too. Then why can those dolls over there walk around freely? Duchess Nanya's words made Phelan and Sweeper look in the direction she pointed. Following behind the jeep was some square formation of tactical dolls. That's our newly arrived head of security and his troops. An assassin, of course. That logo. Monkey Security. Just as Duchess Nanya's face was frosty and her frame was even trembling slightly, the three on the jeep also saw the dolls. Lonnie seemed quite amused and gestured for the driver to pull the jeep over. These dolls! They have good looks and expressions richer than humans again. Could they also be subordinates of that guy? If it really is that guy, this would be troublesome. Guards, report situation. Oh, yes. We normally receive 4 Yellowstone residents who came seeking refuge. They're from Domovsk, I guess that's how you say it. But these 3, ladies, say they are dolls and also want to enter. But Herodia's tradition is to not receive non-governmental dolls, so we are negotiating. I see. If they don't understand the warning, then shouldn't we just tear them apart? Tear them apart? Understood. You're that too, right? Don't cause a commotion and just head back the way you came. You want to try? Crap, this continues. The conflict is inevitable. Hold on. Duchess Nanya? Duchess Nanya is going to do something crazy. Phelan, Nixie! Watching her companion suddenly take a step forward, a flash of tension crossed Phelan's heart, but she didn't stop her immediately. Sweeper beside her also showed a look of readiness for mutual destruction, as if determined to jump in and slay the opponent the moment Duchess Nanya caused any trouble. However, Duchess Nanya simply saluted the monkey security officer in front of her. What the hell is this doll doing? Why is she saluting with a monkey security gesture? No, I seem to recognize you. Are you DP-12? Hey, what's going on here? Who sent you? Lottie's memory worked quickly. The doll, DP-12, that he was ordered to recover a few months ago was standing in front of him right now. Later, Lottie heard that this doll had been taken over by the conglomerate, and it seemed that there was a mistake in the code name. But he was busy advancing his competition with the mishaps afterwards. Or with the mishaps. Or, I'm not sure what it was. And never paid attention to this mission that couldn't bring him additional fame again. I am not DP-12 or any other doll, blonde adjutant. I am Duchess Nanya, now operating for a new mission, so please do not interfere. Didn't speak to me in that tone. I just see who your master is. Hey, confirm it. The tactical doll next to Lonnie stepped forward and scanned Duchess Nanya. Although it didn't possess a human bionic appearance, the other party was undoubtedly also a high-level model, perhaps with even more complete components than them. It didn't look easy to fool. Hey, has Duchess Nanya ever joined Monkey Security? How should I know? But she isn't. Our cover is blown now. Wait, I think I heard from Miss Helen and Duchess Nanya used to work at Monkey Security. Duchess Nanya's near cloud and memories are almost... Oh, it was Monkey Security that made her talk the way she does now. We would definitely settle the score with them regarding memories, but her way of speaking has been like this since 10 years ago. Phelan and Sweeper exchanged a glance, both looking at Duchess Nanya with some concern. For dolls, there is rarely anything to fear, even if they are destroyed or blown to bits. As long as they can upload the neural cloud in time, they can immediately revive in a new frame. And even if they can't, they can be restored via a backup neural cloud. The only thing that would truly terrify a doll is the loss of their most cherished memories, which they view as proof of their existence. This is perhaps the only thing that would make a doll feel heartbreak. As for absolute destruction and absolute death, such as having the neural cloud deleted, are being scrapped as Dushinanya had once experienced. Such a concept, to some extent, just a more severe extension of losing one's memories. It's okay. It's okay. Tactician, War Master, Fox Princess, please believe in me. Dushinanya, it's so late. What do you need me for? What's wrong? Is there a problem with your neural cloud again? Are you feeling unwell? Helen, I think I remembered a bit of the past. Really? That's great. Is it about the Griffin days? Or is it about the two of us? Or maybe related to our other companions? I remember, at Monkey Security, when neural cloud was discarded. Oh. So scared and lonely and cold. It's like my neural cloud is slowly disappearing, and every sensation is... Stop thinking about it! Helen hugged Dushinanya tightly. You don't need to recall it. Never. We're in the doll community, only Elmo, beside the commander. We're already home. We're very safe. No, Helen. I want to remember everything. What? At that time, I heard some things. If I can remember them, perhaps they can be of use to the commander. Don't overthink this. It's true you might have learned some classified intelligence, but it might not be necessarily be useful to the commander. Moreover, we have other ways to attain intelligence. We don't need to achieve our goals through your suffering. I know you and the commander always have a way, Helen. But, if I choose to escape from this memory here, I will always fear Monkey Security from now on. In critical battles, I might end up holding my comrades back. I don't want to be afraid of them, so I want to recover all my memories. I'm a hero. The commander's hero. If I'm afraid of Monkey Security, how will the hero fight if they become enemies with the commander again in the future? I understand, Dushinanya. You overcame a doll's greatest fear for the commander. You're an amazing hero. Then, let me tell you something too, my little hero. Right now, you indeed don't need to be afraid when facing Monkey Security, because you possess a secret weapon. Eh? Do I get a Punisher mech too? Not that kind. Perhaps an even more effective weapon against humans. When we evacuated from Monkey Security, in order to prevent her and Dushinanya's future lives from being harassed, Helen modified her and Dushinanya's records. For herself, she just tried her best to erase all traces of existence, but for Dushinanya, she made other arrangements. Yeah, we'll call it the Sweeper Sword. So I set up a friendly IFF with Monkey Security for you, along with the high security clearance level. If they identify your identity, None of Monkey Security dolls or automatic weapons will mark you as an enemy. And most likely, the humans won't either. Although I'm not sure when this tampering will be discovered and fixed. But I think even if Cocoon finds out, she won't practically fix it. If I run into people with Monkey Security, yeah. If you keep up the bluff, you can usually muddle through. Of course, it also depends on who you're facing. If the person in charge on their side is someone cunning like Miss Lintine, they'll quickly see through the suspicious points. And then the second layer of insurance will be triggered. I hope there will never be another chance like this. But if you do encounter a situation where you had to confront Monkey Security, Nanya, summon your courage. Of course! The hero isn't that stupid! Verification complete. This doll number belongs to Monkey Security. The classification is at highest level. Our authority is insufficient to access this current mission data. Do you wish to request access permission? What? Huh? Huh? The hero and the hero's companions are carrying out an important mission. Blondie Adjutant, let us pass. Top level clearance? How did they end up in the Yellow Zone? Are they direct subordinates of Carmen and Clotho? I don't know who they are. Oh wait, I know Carmen. Never mind. This doll doesn't look like a third generation model no matter how you look at her. But the two following her do have special frames. Who exactly do you work for? Could it be that woman Lintine? The hero's mission naturally inherits from that person high in the sky. God? Oh no. It is a great divine revelation, and there is no need to reveal it to a mediocre blondie. Dushidaya pointed to the sky with one hand and spoke with grand momentum. Everyone present stared at her, dumbfounded. What? God! I see. So who is it? Brother George? What is this doll? Talking about with Director Lonnie? It's probably their Monkey Security code. I really don't understand either. You fuck. Right. Let him pass. Huh? Since the security director said so. Sure. Please come in. Heredis is a great place. Even the PMC person in charge is so easy to talk to. So reasonable. We definitely came to the right place. Awesome. Let's go find my uncle quickly. I was just so scared I almost peed my pants. Where are you guys going next? The first stop for the heroes at Fox Security when they arrived in the village is definitely must be the inn. We don't have that kind of facility here. The hotel! The third house from here is an accommodation we prepared for outsiders. It's free of charge, but please respect our rules here. Crime and harassing others are strictly prohibited. Then let's go, companions. However, Monkey Security's plan this time is top secret mission, so please do not reveal a single detail, everyone. Me too? Shush! Making a shush gesture to everyone present, Dushidaya pulled her two companions into the vehicle and drove past them. Isn't this the Fobbin Group car? Monkey Security's high-level doll. Riding in a conglomerate's car? Taking the ferry to this island right after us? This is beyond suspicious. Could this be a test set up by Mr. Strauss? Or a warning to me from Mr. Zimmerman? But since they're from Monkey Security, they shouldn't be coming after me, right? With difficult to read thoughts, George glanced at Lonnie. The Monkey Security officer's face was livid at this moment. He seemed to also be pondering a crucial matter. Looks like he sent her. I can't confirm it right now. Damn it! I'm currently supposed to be reflecting my mistakes in seclusion. If I'm caught acting in secret, I'll be in huge trouble. The more I think about it, the fishier it gets. I had just found out about that old bastard Strauss and his business. I spent a lot of money on it too. If that damn guy turn around and sell them the intel to someone else, I'll kill him! Damn it! It's getting less and less smooth. At this rate, I might really need to team up with this Yellowstone wild dog. Thinking about me? The hell are you laughing at? I'll definitely kill when this is over. Such young people and so focused on their works. It's truly touching. Right at the end. As soon as they entered the room, District Nanya threw herself on the bed. Only after confirming there were no listening devices or such installed around it, Fei-Lin climbed onto the bed, while Sweeper connected to the power supply. District Nanya, what was that all about just now? Actually, I'm not too sure either. Helen said Monk Security would treat me as one of their own. Do you think Commander would be angry? The proudest and most beloved hero is actually seen as a member of the evil organization. I don't think so. You've been a huge help. With the situation just now, we might not have won, even if we fought. Town is quite small, so it shouldn't be hard to find things. However, there's a large cluster of buildings on the other side of the island that looks like an industrial zone. If we estimate that area is also used for residential purposes, this island should have a scale of over 2,000 people. Supply and material consumption should be a big problem. I tried connecting to the local network. There is very little information here, similar to what Leo told us. The food here is mainly crops and fish. Daily necessities can be manufactured by the factory on the island, but the materials should still be imported. Perhaps they are distributed by the Purification Project? Moreover, there might really be no dolls in the island. Only a very new automated production line. Many processes have to be completed by human labor. Sister Daya told me before that some places are very hostile towards dolls, but the people here are very friendly to us. Such a place with good public security actually requires Monkey security, and so many troops are to be stationed. The products in that factory seem to be very important. I say, did you guys notice? That guy standing in the car, next to the blonde that's who slew the District Nanya. Don't you think he looks familiar? Who again? Oh, as I suspected, the War Master! Spying a person holding crucial information for our mission in the crowd. Who again? I hate you all. Oh, it's that George guy! The former first leader who was kicked out of McCulloch by Mr. Vasily and the commander. That's right. I can't believe you didn't remember. Anyway, since he's here too, there's definitely something wrong with this island. If we gather clues and go back, the commander would definitely be very happy. Nixie has started thinking about the commander as her core too. She really made great progress. Shut up! I'm just trying to get the maximum advantage for my own faction. You don't know how much humiliation I endured to make this proposal. Then, let's also investigate the actions and purposes of those people while we're at it too. Master would probably want to know. I also promised Miss Helen that I would report to her and call for backup if necessary. This feeling is really great. What's our next step for the investigation? Question the townspeople first? Sure. The hero's super good at that. Isn't that too primitive? And surely you must have thought of that. This human named Dyla was perhaps killed because of something that happened here. Maybe among the people you are asked, there are involved individuals or even the culprits who are participated. I know, but after we entered here, Monkey Security and the guards started telling us. Probably using drones and such as well. Rather than passively enduring others for surveillance, it's better to take the initiative and strike. That's what Bossy would do. Regarding that, if I can connect to more local information, no matter what kind of info it is, I can try to analyze it and find clues. And while we're at it, let's find out where the information database is. Miss Helen and Miss Leva gave me their electronic warfare plugins, so I'm pretty strong now too. Yay! Then let's start the operation, everyone. Sister Dyla, after all this time, I'm really sorry. I'm coming now. When the dolls walked into the residence, the town had prepared for outside visitors. The four of them were squatting on the street corners, watching them intently. So pretty. They're as beautiful as fairies. Idiot, they're not human at all. They're dolls. Dolls! But it's really cool. They can turn into airplanes too, right? No. It feels very dangerous. Hey, they're coming out again. Haha, they're coming our way. We can run. Young villagers, excuse me. So many cute human cubs. You know what's funny? Fetusa can literally kill them accidentally. Like a frozen picture book, suddenly coming to life, they appeared right in front of me. The beautiful dolls reached out their hands to me, but Camilla and Valia pulled me back. If I want to learn more about this town, where should I go? Behind us, another doll appeared, blocking our retreat. Although she was slightly shorter than the other dolls, she gave off a warm and friendly feeling at first glance. Every child in Herodias had heard the story of Neverland, and knew about the fairies living on the island in the story, and now the one in front of them seemed exactly like one of them. Well, she loves humans in general. Unironically, she loves humans in general. That's like her base core layer. But yeah, I would say especially kids. She loves them. How much more got left? Quite a lot, actually. Especially with how thick the cutscenes have been. Okay. Probably go for a couple more hours. I mean, it's not gonna be done today. I can tell that for sure. I gotta go into how to make this 2 parts, especially since I had that trouble for about an hour trying to get that shit fixed, which I didn't do, but just stable now for some reason.
Sorry, just eat my snack real quick. Alright. The accommodation arranged for us are not bad. By comparison, your place is definitely more high class. What do you want? Glaring at the uninvited guests before him, Lonnie displeasedly set down the glass containing whiskey. No, Dylan. Herodias seemed to have many vacant houses, and Lonnie and George each occupied an independent one. In terms of treatment, even they could find no fault or dissatisfaction. It was just that as soon as night fell, the entire town abruptly extinguished all light sources in a regular routine, which made the two of them a bit unaccustomed. George's visit certainly displeased Lonnie, but he held back his annoyance and allowed the other party to enter his territory, also because it was still too early for sleep. Nothing much. Just wanted to come here and give you a reminder. I used to let a guy run around in my city with a few dolls. You know how that turned out. That's indeed a doll belonging to Monk Security. I verified the data once again. Even if that's the case, don't you think it's suspicious? If that wasn't your doll, it means someone within Monk Security who also knows about the weapon Mr. Strauss is about to reveal. One that surpasses third-generation dolls. The intention of this doll remains unknown. However, since this is a highly classified operation maintained at the highest level of clearance, if I rashly attack her and it results in adverse consequences for that group, it would draw unnecessary contention. Do you think I fucking like this outcome? Lonnie's hands reaching for the wine glass trembled with anger, to the point where he couldn't even hold the glass, and quite a bit of liquor splashed out. He tilted his head back and downed the strong liquor in one gulp, his exhale sounding like low growls. There's nothing strange about this. Strauss was once an associate of IOP. He has considerable influence, and a wide network within the military industry. He longs to challenge the kingdom built by established companies like IOP and Swavrog. He's also been shouting the slogan, "Update the UNC military with new armor concepts," for a long time. Anyone with a little knowledge of the UNC's current military situation would not be unfamiliar with them. I see. I didn't know that. But Lonnie sank into his thoughts, expression grave. He was not the brute George thought he was at first impression. It was just that he had never focused his attention on where he stepped before. But after he fell, it became something he had to do. For a long time, I haven't heard of him having any achievements. It's just that this year, he finally produced results. After the higher-ups of the financial conglomerate and several large PMC witnessed them, did they invest a large amount of funds in him? It is said that the military will also purchase them to arm elite troops. So you've also set your sights on that weapon of unknown origin. Since it's a completely new, undisclosed weapon, it's not yet on non-plus prohibited list. As long as we possess it before it gets on the list, we have ways to mediate. I'm using my own funds, which doesn't violate Monk Security's regulations, but there's no need to make it public. If I'm speaking out of turn, please bear with me, young master. Is this to compete with Adjutant Lentine? I still remember it was her who dragged me away from Makosh, and her subordinates kicked me several times. Look, this patch of hair was also pulled out by them. It hasn't fully grown back yet. Dread voluntarily showing a bald spot made of the corners of Lonnie's mouth relaxed a bit,
He poured himself another glass wine. This time he drank slower. That woman. She clearly just had good luck. Scavenging a third-generation doll. An overpriced individual weapon has a huge advantage in the missions that use squads as a basic operational scale, allowing her track record to catch up with and surpass mine. Indeed, that's not very fair. Though in terms of results and success rates, Lintine's Omen squad achieved more outstanding records even with inferior equipment. But Lonnie didn't feel the need to lay all his cards on the table for George. Lintine always claims he doesn't like using dolls and doesn't trust them, but it's really just all an act. That woman is very realistic. Whatever works well, she'll use it to a death. And as far as I know, Strauss's products can replace her generation dolls more efficiently. That is, more cheaply and more universally. So, she sets her sights on this weapon. Would that make sense? The biggest inconsistency is that woman's forces shouldn't have much money. She always uses high pension sums to drive her subordinates to work themselves to the bone. What a bad woman! Maliciously improving her subordinates' benefits! You know what? True? True? Now to mention it, she's always built quite a few connections lately. Assuming someone is willing to use outside funds for her, or pull some strings, that possibility isn't zero either. Did you know? On the way back, she asked me about the tactics of the Tomato King, that is, the commander, and employed LangPackageTableCnData.bytes and my countermeasures. Then she said something very thought-provoking. You think you can challenge him? This overestimation of your own abilities is the reason for your downfall. Why don't you look for the reasons within yourself? The tactical employment in LangPackageTableCnData.bytes could easily anger a tactical instructor to death. You should know shame, First Leader. Really? We'll find out later. What I want to say is she looked down on me using herself as examples enough. There's no need to flatter a wanted criminal in the Yellow Zone. This means she is very familiar with, and to some extent, approves of that commander. So, indeed, she used to be with Griffin too. If the commander is truly the legendary hero, Griffin, then they might have crossed paths. Then, speaking purely from a theoretical perspective, what if they actually do know each other and are willing to cooperate? If there's a way to hide your organization's external powerful enemies, then not only can you attack your internal enemies within the organization, but you can also backstab them when necessary and claim the achievements for yourself. Of course, the other party doesn't really have to be reached by you, with good coordination. You're saying they're colluding with each other? I don't have any evidence. It's just a guess. It's a wrong guess. But this does explain a few things, doesn't it? If this conjecture helps you make certain decisions, why don't we just trust it? I had drones tracking them. After entering the inn, they interacted with a few local kids and they were taken to the town's library. A library? You're saying instead of investigating the factory or using monkey security clearance to question officials, they went to play at the library with a bunch of kids? You better be on guard, Security Director. Does this mean that the person behind those dolls, she or he, actually has everything under control? And it's enough just to have these dolls present at the scene? I've obtained authorization for the town's surveillance systems and can keep tabs and intel throughout the town. I'll have a man monitor it 24/7. That puts my mind at ease.
By the way, I'm going to visit Director Sneeble and the factory here tomorrow. I think you might also find clues about the Strauss specials you're so interested in there. Do you want to go with me? Of course! I will put in a good word for him to clear up some of the little misunderstandings from during the day. How interesting. You seem to think you'll do very well here. Whether I can do well depends on you, young master. Therefore, I'll try my best to make things go smoothly for you too. How about it? I'll consider it. Although Lonnie's eyes were still filled with contempt and weariness towards him, George felt he had still achieved a satisfactory result. Though he possessed self-esteem and extreme arrogance, his desire for victory wasn't strong enough to override his survival instincts. To survive and ally with anyone, George felt he could hold his emotions in check. After all, this is a necessary ability for a survivor. And after arriving in this town, his survival instincts have been sounding the alarm constantly. When we came out of the town's library, it was already time we had agreed to go home. The three dolls, Nanya, Fetusa, and Feilin, looked somewhat disappointed. They probably didn't find any clues to what they were looking for, even though we had reminded them earlier that although there were many books in the library, there weren't many materials recording Herodias' history, because we didn't have much history to record with either. Among the three dolls, the one called Fetusa seemed the most frustrated by the situation. Sasha and Valya patted her back comfortably, and Valya even boldly touched the back of the blade extending from above the doll's cute face. And now he's dead. Wow, it's real. There really isn't anything. Not just maps or incident records. The internal network only has recent livelihood and work-related content. But there are really a lot of outsiders here. Yeah, because the Galen's are coming soon. Everyone's purpose in coming here is to board the Ark, but every time there are also people who stay behind and live into town. Because it's very laid back here. The Ark. Does it take many people away every time? Does anyone ever come back? Very few. After all, there's a better life across the sea. But there are also elderly people who came back after saying they retired. Grandpa Grove next door to me seems to be one of them. When I grow up, I will also aboard the Ark. I've already agreed to go together with Mika. Mika definitely isn't going with you. How nice. Used to travel. One's hometown is naturally good, but what the hero pursues are memories that can be only harvested by reaching distant places. But if that's the case, in order to grasp further clues, we'll just have to ask around. You can list over Mika and the others. What do you want to ask? We're still children, we don't know anything. It's nothing difficult. I just want to know if about 4 years ago, a persistent named Dyla, an underground broker, came here. 4 years? How many days are that? 1,460. She's right. Also, my answer is no. We're all children, and we need an adult accompaniment to interact with strangers. Yeah, I haven't seen anyone named Dyla either. I don't know. Only have eyes for Mika. Damn, you are... You know who you remind me of? You remind me of Faye. Not Feilin, but Faye. from Fire Emblem. She was a yandere. And she was a yandere for the hero. But the hero already had a girlfriend. Did they use a calculator? No. Like, some people just like that.
Is that so? We're all human cubs, so we must have been a little back... Oh, not we're. It's... You're all human cubs, so you must have been little back then.
Oh, did I use a calculator? No, I did not. I thought about it. I did mental math.
We are children, not cubs. Okay. Whatever you say, cub. What about you, Mika?
Duchess Nyan looked at me. Her beautiful and deep eyes were like, wow. This kid, he must have banged a doll so hard. He's starting young. Her beautiful and deep eyes were like clear seawater, as if they wanted to absorb me into them. Even though she isn't human, even though she's different from us, for some reason, I feel very at ease beside her. One of us.
I don't remember clearly. That's so. But maybe there is. Huh?
I've somewhat forgotten why I disobeyed my parents that night and went to the seaside alone. The ink-black seawater exuded a sinister hostility under the moonlight, yet carried an incomparable temptation. I closed my eyes, my ankles feeling the friction between the gravel and the freezing seawater. And then I saw a little speck of light.
The seawater's so cold. Ay. Huh? Little one. What are you doing here? Did I scare you? Don't be afraid. I'm just a suspicious person. You can see anywhere. I'm 100% human. Not a doll, Elid, nor a mermaid. Are you a fairy?
She rose from the water like a dream and walked up to me. Seawater sliding down her wet blonde hair. Oh damn! I think the kid's just horny, man. Even though she was shivering all over, the person in front of me revealed a heartfelt, passionate smile. Oh, it's the merchant. How did you get on the island?
Fairy? I didn't expect anyone to be called that at my age. I'm a middle-aged woman. No. Call myself a middle-aged woman before I'm even 30 is a bit too self-deprecating. Auntie? Miss? Big sister? Yes. Big sister is in her prime. But I'm not a fairy either. Yeah. I was stunned, but also captivated. This person in front of me isn't a bad person. For some reason, I could instantly be sure of this one thing. By the way, kid, is this Herodias? Could you do me a favor and forget you ever saw me, kid?
That's my wife. Already been an RPK. For the merchant.
I can't recall her name. I just remember this way of speaking. That is Sister Dyla. It must be her. Did she say anything else to you? Did she give you anything? No, but she seemed to have hidden something somewhere on the island. There's actually such a thing. I can't believe Mika didn't tell us. Mika, this isn't right. Any situation involving outsiders should be reported to the adults. What's sticking in the mud? You're a party pooper at all the parties, aren't you? That's why nobody invites you to parties. I can't remember why I didn't report it back then. Maybe I did say something. You were just horny, dude. I get it. It's how it is, man. More importantly, where did Princess Dyla hide her things? I looked up at the sky. It was already quite late. Regardless, this isn't the time to continue staying outside. Not just for me, but for Valia, Sasha, and Camille as well. I'll take it there tomorrow. It's on the other side of the island. We'll have to walk a long way. Tomorrow? That's too... Phelan, Mika's a child. We can't push her too hard. I think it's him, right? Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Mika. You're welcome. I didn't do anything anyway. Then we're off. Let the heroes escort you back. No need. There's no bad guys in town. See you tomorrow, teacher Nanya. You have to tell us more stories about dolls, heroes. Feitusa, can you teach me how to cook tomorrow? Of course, I'll tell you all about the heroes' most troubling battles. As long as the recipe I know. I'll write it down tonight, and I'll show you how to do it tomorrow, Sasha. Except for Camille, who kept... Okay, yeah, that's only her distance. Who kept her distance and observed the situation. We established a very good relationship with these three dolls. When a doll named Fei Lin approached me, I could tell she seemed the most eager to know about the whereabouts of the person named Dyla. See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow. The dolls left after saying their goodbyes, and we also embarked on our journey home. Camille seemed to have something to say, and we naturally slowed our pace. Playing together all year round made the four of us like a single entity. Is it at the home of heroes? Yes. I object! We cannot associate with them anymore. I think Teacher Nanya is an excellent foreign hero. As a hero of this island, I want to form an alliance with her. Since when did you become a hero? I'll stay with Mika. I'm sorry, Camille. I just want to help them. That makes it 3 against 1. Then I'll join. But if they do anything suspicious or dangerous, we absolutely must tell the adults. I'm sorry. Thank you. Looked at Camille's helpless smile. I couldn't help but smile too. But my chest stunk a little. Because I like Camille. I know that this smile isn't directed at me. What does that mean? We'll probably do 2 more. Probably. Bidding farewell to the children, the 3 dolls returned to the hotel where they were staying. By Yellowstone standards, this place was quite comfortable and tidy. Although the equipment was old, the charging ports worked, so there wasn't much to complain about. Tomorrow, I'd like to go ask the surrounding residents too. I think that's good too, since we already asked the kids. They'd also eventually find out we're looking for Dyla. Right, teacher Nanya? What's wrong, teacher Nanya? Are you feeling sleepy? But here I'm just pondering a very important question. What question? Is Mika a boy or a girl? Of course it's a... Huh. Not just Mika. Camille, Falya, and Sasha too. It feels like I can't completely tell. Generally, gender can't be confirmed by observing the shape of human's pelvis. But perhaps because of their age, I couldn't actually scan it? Humans are so wonderful. But now it's no time to obsess over this. Oh, sorry, tactician. It's very strange here.
Do the crotch check.
I scanned hundreds of monitors along the way, all of very advanced models, but the people in town have almost no network manipulation skills. They just look at some boring internet sites. The channels for children to access knowledge are actually mainly paper media. Even in the Yellow Zone, this is unheard of. It's good enough that they have some access. Places that completely lack these conditions and can only pass down knowledge orally aren't non-existent, right? Although you aren't wrong, Herodias, Factory Port, and defensive measures are all more advanced than Silica Ports. But the accompanying standard of living is somewhat backward. I just find it strange.
Our dolls aren't city disciples.
Mika and the others still look quite happy, so maybe this place can become friends with us.
Maybe this place can become friends with us.
We'll go with it. You're going to sell some tomatoes or something again? Leave that kind of thing to someone else. But I feel like something isn't right. There's something incongruous in Mika's words. If only Basti were here. She's really good at seeing through people's hidden thoughts. Speaking of which, we need to send a situation report to the commanders. Let's have... I'll do it! The tactician has been busy all day. Let me handle this little matter. That's true. After all, it's entirely thanks to Teacher Nanya that we got in smoothly. You have a better grasp of the situation, right? I'll leave it to you. Hey, are you serious? It's fine. I promise, Miss Helen, I make up for it with another copy later.
Copy?
This when we get back, she'll give us a sweet gig of working overtime that commanded to me. Have you guys still not completely cleared out those Trojans? Commander, this is the mission briefing from Teacher Nanya and the others.
What does it say? There it is.
Today's mission: enter the fairy village and find the lost treasure of the Fox Fritz's family. The action record is as follows. Traveled with the wind and the sea to reach the fairy village at the end of the world. At the village entrance, they encountered the ancient nemesis, the evil yellow hair. Using Helen's weaving of tapestry of fate, they successfully infiltrated the village. It has been discovered that the Dark Lord, previously intimidated by the Tomato King's might, is deceiving the kind-hearted, bearded, furry village chief. After assessment, the threat level has been reduced to the lowest possible, and it has been decided to postpone action and prioritize the main quest. We plan to search for key clues about the location of the hidden treasure in the fairy village tomorrow. Afterwards, they plan to travel with the fairies to the underground labyrinth to attempt the retrieval. Report complete. The brave always moves forward.
And that's it.
Well written. Next time, tell not encrypt it. Betusa also handed me a copy. That child. I specifically told her to not attract Monkey Security's attention. Fortunately, the opponent wasn't linting, allowing her to successfully intimidate them. From this, we can deduce that the other party must also be taking some kind of action that is not suitable to be made public. Currently, they have successfully entered Herodias, established a good relationship with the local children, and discovered that George, who was defeated by you and Mr. Valsley, and Makosh, is also there and holds a certain social status.
This intel is enough to elevate the mission risk assessment. Has Squad 4 Team 2 proceed to provide support as planned. Cheyenne and her team are to temporarily suspend their arsenal investigation mission and prepare ships or aircrafts to provide distraction. Have Fei Lin focus on her own mission and ignore the others. If the situation goes south, evacuate immediately.
Yes, Commander. I'll arrange it immediately.
A female underground broker named Dyla?
I never heard of her. Quite a few merchants come to Herodias, but no one like that. You're so adorable. Would you like a cookie? If you really want to know, you should ask the former guard. Everyone who comes from outside leaves a record, right? Probably.
Man, you already integrated yourself in here, man? Took out the hood, too? Outsiders don't necessarily stay in town, you know. Many people head straight to the factories after registering. After all, it's just a temporary stop and there's no need to get attached. And I truly don't remember the woman you described. In the end, besides a number of original inhabitants, the population turnover rate in Herodias is very high. So there's nothing we can do. If you want to know anything, go ask the mayor. Are you Director Lonnie's dog colleagues? No problem, no problem. I can tell you whatever you want to know. Thanks for the gift at 10 coins. What does 10 coins count for? I've never seen that before. He already done his research. No problem, no problem. I can tell you whatever you need to know. But I've only been in office for a short time, so I don't know as much as about the history as the town people do. 4 years ago, I really wasn't on the island. The only intel I know is, at the time, Herodias didn't have the coastal defense guns and other facilities as it has now. And the factory was very small. Get the chili jewels? If she sneaked onto the island herself without being questioned by the guards, did something and then left, it's possible that she left no record. After running around all morning, dolls gained nothing.
The people of Herodias were much friendlier than in the other parts of Yellow Zone, but when asked about Dyla, everyone's answers was that they completely didn't know her. It was exactly this point that made Phelan feel something was off. Sister Dyla was a very lively person. She should be able to leave an impression on people in a short time. If what these people say is true, did she only have contact with Mika on the island? Could it be that she didn't want to attract attention? Or implicate more people? So she consciously avoided everyone's attention? That is indeed a possibility, but it also doesn't really fit Sister Dyla's personality. She would actively interact with everyone and try to change their minds. Stop guessing around here. We'll just ask that brat when we meet up again. If she doesn't tell us, we'll keep spanking her until she confesses. Even if you were the Ward Master, you're not allowed to interrogate Mika. The commander wants us to get along amicably with everyone. Oh? What's the matter? Want to fight? Let's have a go. You... Wow, Fatita's talked to herself again. Is it that self-called sleeper? I still find it unbelievable. Could it be that dolls can see hidden fairies? Don't try to learn it, Valva. Valia, you get stupid. The children walked towards the dolls. Dusha Nanya happily went to meet with them, but Phelan's gaze was firmly fixed on Mika, a youth of indistinguishable gender, a boy or a girl, with a melancholy unsuited for their age. They always observed their surroundings with a calm demeanor. Bella's only clue was tied to such an elusive target. Are you asking about someone named Dyla? We went home and asked our parents, but they said they didn't know. But they said they didn't know either. Mika's such a good child. It seems like I only rely on you. Yeah, there's a place called Hero's Home in the mountains. We used to go explore there. If the adults find out, we won't be able to go anymore. If the road allows, let's drive the Hell Chariot over there. Ooh, the Hell Chariot? So cool! I can't believe we get to ride in a car. Now we can go show off the others. No, you can't. I really appreciate your help, Mika, but our investigation is not without its dangers. So we can't bring you along. Danger? There's no danger on the island. We are well protected. That's what the adults say. The only suspicious ones on the island are you guys, Phelan. We are... I guess we do seem suspicious? But the heroes are acting to protect everyone. We would absolutely never do anything to hurt you, believe me. You're the ones I believe the least. Preach about ethereal titles like heroes. The bad influence on us kids is simply incalculable. The hero's a little hurt. Camille just isn't honest with himself. Okay. Maybe he saw how pretty you girls are, Dusha Nanya, and got sulky. I'm not sulking. You're talking nonsense. Valia, you're an idiot. Camille's face suddenly flushed red. He turned and ran away, causing a commotion among the other children. Because I think it's my middle name. Then I'll tell you a specific location. Phelan, I hope you can find what you're looking for. Thank you, Mika. Ah, right. Reaching into her backpack, Phelan took out a small communicator. Here, this is for you. If you remember anything else related to Big Sis Dyla, you can contact me anytime. What is this? How do I use it? Just push here, and then speak into it. Under Mika's guidance, Duchess Nanya drove the vehicle onto the road. Compared to the scale of the town, Herodias had a very excellent main road leading directly to the factory. But aside from that, most routes barely allowed a car to pass, or could only be traversed on foot. The dolls passed through the overgrown weeds and coppices. Before them was an abandoned living area. Time and garbage piled up between dozens of buildings, making it seem as if it had been abandoned for a long time. There's clutter everywhere. It's gonna take a long time to search. Good thing we drove the car over so we can recharge. Please, let's all split up and search. Any clue would do. Mika said Sister Dyla stopped here at the time. If it was here, she should have left some clues. The dolls split into 3 groups and began scanning items, searching for clues. Half a day later, as the sun set in the west, Frontline and Duchess Nanya met the other end with no satisfactory results. Fox Princess, what kind of person is Dyla? Is she like the commander? I think she and Master are different kinds of people. Big Sis Dyla is a bit clumsy and makes mistakes. Sometimes she also doesn't listen to advice and likes to do things her own way. But she has lots of courage and likes doing things the right way. And likes doing the right thing. And because she is always very straightforward and magnanimous, even though she is very poor, she can win everyone's affection. She would cry for her children when she couldn't save in time, and blame herself for not having the strength to protect more people. Then she wipe her tears and continue facing us full of energy. This gentle side of her is a bit like Master. Sorry to interrupt you two, but come over here quickly. Did you find anything? Nothing related to Miss Dyla yet, but we did find a basement. It seems it has been used for some production and development purposes in the past. And there's a signal coming from inside. Something's in there. Understood. We'll be right there. There's actually such a large basement in these equipments. Are they scientific research equipment? Strategist, War Master, where are you? Here, come quickly. Did you notice these dino gates? They're still moving. Why are dino gates here? Well, seems to have been discovered. Never mind that. Let's intercept them first, and check and confirm later.
Yes. Let us indeed intercept. Interception complete. I like how he just walked up and died.
The movements of these dino gates are really bizarre. They're actually this hard to hit. By the latter half of the adventure, the enemies got stronger stats even with the same character models. No, these are... Let's see.
Sweeper picked up a dino gate that had been shredded by Duchess Nanya's bullets, examining its internal structure and scanning the original signals. Frontline saw her eyes gradually widen, her irises flashing with a strange glow in the darkness. It was a posture bordering on losing control under the impact of several mixed emotions.
Over here. War Master? Wait! Cut the chatter! You can keep up and leave me behind! Barely keeping up with the sprinting sweeper at top speed, the dolls dashed through several destroyed doors and corridors. In the darkness, Phelan's visual module automatically switched to night vision, while District Nanya turned on the headlamp she carried with her. Sweeper stopped before a fork in the road, bending down to examine the tracks on the ground, giving Fei Lin and District Nanya a chance to catch up. Did you find something? You guys take this path. I'll go take a look over here. Warmaster, are you okay? What are you talking about? What could happen to me? I'm just... Enough! Aren't we here to look for something? It's more efficient to split up now, so stop dawdling! Yeah, since the Warmaster said so. Of course the hero trusts her companions. Let's go, Fox Princess. After leaving Master and Griffin, I was always lost, not knowing what I could do, not knowing if I was unneeded. Ordering alone in the Yellow Zone was a very painful experience. Why are you suddenly saying all this? Because I met Basti, Sister Dyla, Zoe, that I was able to hold on and reunite with Master and everyone else. Now, District Nanya, Fetisa, and you are all my family. Both Basti and Master scolded me for trying to solve everything on my own. It's the same for you, Nixie. Alright, let's go. I'll call you if I need anything. Okay. Walking down the corridor where the air was so poor it was unstable for human survival, the two dolls continued exploring forward and eventually arrived in a slightly wider room. District Nanya threw a sticky light ball onto the ceiling, creating enough light to illuminate the entire space. Yet she still almost tripped over the trash on the ground. This looks like an even more troublesome task than inventorying firepower for the general. District Nanya, can you increase the lighting over there by the wall? There seems to be something carved on it. Numbers? 3, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2. What does this mean? I don't know either, but this definitely seems to be Big Sis Dilla's handwriting. As expected, it would be better to have the tactician come here, right? It's already a dead end. We need to bring them here quickly. Staring at the numbers on the wall, Phelan did not respond to District Nanya. If this was a clue left by Dila, then she should be the one to decipher its meaning. Although Phelan had always been good at deduction, she couldn't shake the feeling that the numbers in front of her seemed somewhat familiar. Within the memories of her neural cloud, a certain memory was flickering faintly, hinting at the answer she had overlooked. Right! This is numbered musical notation. This melody was the one Dala used to hum to teach us how to coax Zoe. The song of the little mouse. Fox Princess, that's amazing you even thought of this. Because Sister Dala taught me, a combat doll, how to sing to make Zoe fall asleep. Later, I also sang it for Basti, to let her know who missed her master, and myself fall asleep peacefully. Watch closely, District Nanya. The key is the finger movements. Showing a gentle smile, Phelan raised her hand and sang softly to the wall. I'm sorry, I'm not singing to you guys. We're gonna skip this part. Ah! At the end of the song, Phelan's movements stopped because her finger was pointing in a certain direction. She walked to the plain wall, using her finger's most sensitive tactile feedback and scanning to inch along it, eventually locking onto a faint crevice. her slender fingertips instantly turned into tools of violence, completely cutting out this piece of the wall. Brushing aside the useless stone debris, what remained in the girl's palm was a cube smaller than half a fingernail. Well, is it a treasure map? It's a chip, but you could also call it a treasure map. Perhaps it's a key to a certain truth. There should be anything else worthy of attention here. Let's go to Nanya. We need to rendezvous with Nixie and Fetusa. Okay. I had to let them know how the Fox Princess solved the ancient mystery. A sudden sound broke the conversation between the two dolls. On the other side of the passage, it seemed that some intense struggle or slaughter was taking place, simultaneously exploding and being destroyed. The sound of tearing metal and the impact that shook the entire basement after the release of massive momentum urged them to quicken their pace. A dozen seconds later, the two retreated the way they came and entered the route Sweeper had chosen. Halfway there, a nightmare scene unfolded before their eyes. Sweeper and Fetusa's frame lay there like a broken doll. The beautiful and refined frame had been torn apart by pure violence. The part of the chest cavity that should have housed the neural cloud core was completely melted. Oh. The simulated bodily fluids left only dark traces on the ground and surroundings due to the high temperature of the explosion. The various modules that once belonged to Fetusa were now reduced to fragments, scattered radially across the ground. Dushutnanya stumbled a step, staring at her feet, the right Fetusa's right wrist, tightly gripping an already broken longsword, with both its nanonerves and bionic muscles torn apart. War Master? Tactician? Dushutnanya, pull yourself together. It's an enemy! The voice suddenly coming from behind startled Fei Lin. She raised her gun and grabbed Dushutnanya's hand. The somewhat bewildered doll glanced at her and began to struggle vigorously. No! The War Master's still there! We gotta get a frame in neural cloud! It's no use, can't you see? The surrounding radiation readings have increased, and the roads and walls have been melted, because she used the remoting pattern and overloaded it to detonate. She judged that she couldn't stop the enemy from doing so, without doing so. But there's no enemy wreckage here. The enemy is still active. No! Fighting here is very dangerous for us. We must retreat. Follow me. I can't let you get involved too, because my mission. Dushutnanya was pulled along. She only had time to pick up a half-broken blade from the ground and slide it into her belt. The two dolls dashed wildly towards the exit. In front of them, behind them, and to their left and right, there seemed to be something indistinguishable moving. It was as if they were hounds uncatchable by vision and reconnaissance modules, waiting for their prey to bleed out and lose their stamina, absolutely refusing to show themselves before then. Oh, right, on the Hell Chariot, there's also a backup frame for War Master. We can... Just as Dushutnanya finished speaking, another explosion completely shattered their ideas. The two dolls crawled out of the tunnel, only to see the armored train that had accompanied them all the way overturned by heavy explosive firepower, like a steel behemoth whose innards had been hollowed out. The driver's seat, which had once carried the doll's laughter, was blown out of the shattered front window. The engine compartment at the rear of the vehicle was also destroyed, the remains of the engine covered in bullet holes and shrapnel scars. The ground within a 20-meter radius of the vehicle was a patch of scorched earth, with parts and luggage scattered everywhere. The War Master's frame! Her frame! Get down! The dense firepower was like a sudden torrential rain. Only what fell wasn't water, but molten metal. The two dolls were instantly exposed to a storm that tore through everything. Ignoring the multiple bullets hitting her, Feitlin used her body to shield Nanya and dodged back into the tunnel they came from, but the ensuing heavy rocket ignited a blast wave that blew both dolls against the wall. Ah! Fox Princess, your leg! Mobility dropped by about 15%. It's fine, but we won't be able to hold out much longer at this rate. What's going on? Did Monkey Security discover Nanya's identity, or was this a trap from the very beginning? Did Mika trick us? Ignoring Feitlin's wavering, the enemies attacking from all sides were raining down even more intense waves of fire than before, and their hopes of escape were becoming increasingly slim. Yeah, I'm wondering what happened there. The factory in Herodias, although its official full name is Herla Next Gen Technologies Limited, the people here just like to call it the factory. And almost all the residents at Herodias work here. Led by the guide, George passed by the workshops marked with industrial content, while inwardly imagining how many estimations his past friend and political rival Vasily, who should now be sitting in Makosh, will let out at these sites. Lonnie walked beside him with a face full of impatience. It seemed Monkey Security didn't really care about technology and people's livelihoods. With the core area here, located past the many peripheral workshops, was the control center overseen by Snivel, whose functions were unknown even to the townspeople. It was like another building nested within, using the outer building as its shell. Snivel greeted the two of them here. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, George tried to create a buffer zone in the atmosphere between him and Lonnie, not because he had any team spirit, but simply to avoid being caught in the crossfire of the conflict. This place truly is astounding. I see that all the materials needed on the island can be met through these production lines modules, and they combine to form the highest efficiency. Is that your design? It was arranged by the Deputy Director Jerry. Keeping them in a highly efficient workflow leaves them with less time to think about unnecessary things. What a genius, knowing how to utilize manpower. I think I could communicate more with Deputy Director Jerry in the future. He died in a work accident from a fall. Oh my, what a pity. We'll inherit his last wishes and work hard. That, the merchandise Mr. Strauss is so proud of. Unable to keep listening to George and Snibel's conversation, Lonnie let out a dry cough and intervened. Is it manufactured here? Yes and no, Mr. Lonnie. That won't be manufactured in Yellowstone. The situation here is too unstable, right, George? Exactly. Most people in Yellowstone are dominated by animal instincts and will tear apart and take away anything good. However, this place will indeed be responsible for manufacturing more some modules, and sometimes finished products will be tested here. That's the reason you came here, right? The capital behind me is very strong, Mr. Strauss told me. A few years ago, we were indeed strapped for cash, but unfortunately we weren't successful enough then. Now we've grown stronger and are no longer lacking in funds. You must understand, Mr. Strauss is a merchant who sells goods. I, on the other hand, care little for fame and fortune. What I create is art, aimed at advancing an ideal revolution, enlightened by the giants of our era, exploring the other side of the sublime and magnificent. Wow, your creepy ass face.
You are definitely a scientist.
That's you. Do you have a problem?
Sorry, I'm allergic to the word revolution. Just treat it as PTSD. Anyway, speaking of revolution, it's quite similar to art. As a former collector, I believe the most important commonality between the two is how they enter the public eye.
That's a bit close to the correct answer.
Snubble nodded at George, as if reluctantly acknowledging his right to breathe. Yeah, he's an asshole.
You should understand, Lonnie. No matter how elite an army is, if it loses a battle right at the beginning of its formation, it will inevitably face much skepticism in the mercenary market. But if victory won too easily would not attract attention. On this point, Mr. Strauss and I are in agreement. He cares about profits and sales, while I care about the evolution, or the evaluation.
You can check my records, Director. No matter what your proud art is, I can master it.
We've already selected the candidates for the opening ceremony, and chosen the stage for the unveiling.
Who is it?
She's a capable lady. I don't reveal anything else. Mr. Strauss also agreed with my judgment.
George noticed Lonnie's eye twitch when Snubble said the word lady. At this moment, he suddenly felt a bit of a pity for this playboy who was younger than him but had a smooth sailing life. He was very unaccustomed to failure. In fact, Lonnie could barely tolerate the slightest setback, even if it was only temporary. Then his learning process is bound to be very painful.
But since Mr. Strauss let you come over anyway, it means there's some room for our cooperation. Our creations can sometimes be too wild, to the point of being inconvenient to expose to the public. For this reason, a stronger, hungrier hand is needed to hold their reins.
Then take a look at this hand, and the power behind it. Is it big enough?
This is indeed a perfect hand. Every finger is intact. The even muscle distribution shows you are well nourished and exercise regularly. The nails are neatly trimmed, and the calluses are left by the military training are just right, all showing that you have good self-discipline and background. Don't let Mr. Strauss see it. He won't be able to look away.
The fuck? George watched Lonnie's eyes bulge further. He seemed unable to tell if the scientist was mocking him or praising him in some sick way. But he reached an unexpected conclusion. Snubble indeed had little respect for his boss, and as for Lonnie and George, his contempt was truly genuine.
Alright, Mr. Lonnie, put your hand down. Let's talk business. Actually, a few days before you arrived, an invasion occurred on this island.
Was it a doll or something by the villagers?
It's not that simple. As you've seen, we've installed a lot of surveillance cameras on the island. Even the residents don't know their full coverage area. But not a single one captured the intruder, and we can't even be certain if it really exists. So I contacted Mr. Strauss and reported it to him, hoping he would dispatch some experts to help deal with the matter. Since you are his answer, I suppose I can't question this judgment. This is your mission here.
This island isn't very large. If you can open up the interior with the factory to assist in my investigation, we can quickly find the infiltrator.
Oh, he or they don't have the ability to enter the facility, but I can be absolutely certain of that much. I conjecture that they are hiding on this island. Its past history as a prison has left behind some convenient places, such as a secret passage and tunnels. I hope your troops can search over there.
I can't mobilize the entire force just for something this small, let alone when there are no clues.
When we ponder a person's character, don't we all observe them for the little things? Mr. Strauss will arrive here in a few dozen hours. If you do well, he will know. If you do poorly, he will also know.
Then, the masters of those 3 dolls. Do they have anything to do with you, Mr. Strauss?
Dolls? Aren't the 3 dolls from your manga security? Mr. Strauss often asks on his own without keeping me in a loop, so I don't know about their origins. However, Mr. Strauss has never been very fond of dolls. If you want me to guess, this has nothing to do with him. Speaking of which, these 3 dolls are quite troublesome. They've been snooping around the town asking for things.
Is it anything important?
It's irrelevant, but it's not good to talk about this with the townspeople. It easily distracts them. Honestly, if these dolls were to disappear, do you think my security would have any objections?
High clearance dolls generally need to be secured for recovery, but we only focus on recovering their neural cores. The rest of the doll will be destroyed. Can you accept this?
That works too. You need to hurry.
Steve raised his hand and pointed to the display screen behind him. From the enlarged image, George saw the 3 dolls from yesterday. They seemed to establish a good relationship with the children in the town. After finding out something, they got in a car and drove out of town. I'll gather my men now. I'll come talk to you again later.
If you can't even handle this little thing, I hope you'll save us both some time.
Watching Lonnie leave without a word, George shrugged. He turned to Sniple and noticed a hint of wariness in his eyes. Clearly, he was more wary of a failed politician than a failed military strategist. So, how do you, Mr. Strauss, intend to test me, Director Sniple?
As the former top leader of LocalCache, what do you think of this place?
It's a place I want to live in after retirement. The radiation level is heartwarmingly low. There's no red tape, and the food tastes very organic. Moreover, I noticed that the indigenous people here are very law-abiding. Unlike people in other parts of the Yellow Zone, they work day and night, yet they don't seem to have any vices.
Please continue.
There are no bars on the island or any other places for people to relieve their depression. Neighbors seem to share everything, yet they also respect each other's privacy. This
is an ideal community, right?
It is very ideal, but for some people, they might find that it has lost some excitement, and that life is painful. Director, there are many temptations. One must occasionally be tempted to resist temptation.
These rules are set by your predecessor, Deputy Director Jerry.
The one who fell to his death.
He advocated moderation, order, and a pastoral, ancient way of life. There's nothing wrong with the order part. We all appreciate docility, obedience, and simplicity. But I'm more hoping to test some more complex, extreme social situations. And he was very opposed to this. Unfortunately, I am the director, so he was so heartbroken that he had an accidental occurrence.
Accidents do happen often. We should all act cautiously.
He spent 10 years almost turning a cesspool into a city, and even obtained substantial assistance from the legendary site set of the UNC. We brought you here to do the same thing.
Attract more immigrants.
Just like the Makosha today.
You repeatedly mentioned my previous job.
even knowing it did not end under the best circumstances. This makes me both grateful and terrified. In fact, of course you know about Vasily Pugachev, as well as the active presence of the hero, as my name knows a commander. You made a very stupid mistake and lost a war you shouldn't have lost. But we all know from many channels that you've learned your lesson, and Herodias always gives losers a second chance. George never heard such insincere comfort before, and Snivel clearly didn't expect him to believe it either. Perhaps the scientist just wanted George to ask fewer questions, but he spoke up anyway. With all due respect, Herodias' land is limited. It can't accommodate too many people. Besides, most people who come here do so for a beautiful vision, the hope of being chosen here to go to the purification zone. They receive training and work hard here in order to go to the purification zone. Without this guidance, just the fact that the town's original inhabitants are honest people is not enough. As long as the promise of the purification product remains valid, prosperity can be guaranteed here, but expanding to the scale of Makos is impossible. I've heard you often say a certain phrase. The one thing the others don't lack the least is people. That might have been true in the past, but now with the rise of Makos and Tural, for many people, it also gives them more faith in their homelands. Heading for the purification zone is no longer so appealing. Now, the Yellow Zone residents want a home worth fighting for. In the past, Herodias could take up to 1,000 new immigrants a month, but now it's only in the hundreds, and that number is still dropping. I understand. So we need to change our approach and make this place inherently attractive? The purification zone needs manpower, and so does Herodias. This place can hold at least another 2,000 people. This number should be enough for you to show off some skills, right? Thank you for your patient guidance, Director Snivel. I've done business with you before. Although you were much more arrogant back then and didn't look like an intellectual, I have some expectations for your practical abilities. My honor. Business. Your specialty is very helpful to us. Is that so? I didn't expect that. Eridus would be needed here, where the radiation level is so low. I've read the records. Herodias' demand for its medical supplies is very low. I originally thought this place was a peaceful haven. Haha. A sense of humor. This is indeed a virtue. Ha 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 ha. You're like a pure little girl. Your eyes full of innocence. George, how on earth did you survive? By the mercy of other charity? Even though he thought he had adjusted to a brand new mindset, Snibel's sudden hysterical laughter still stirred up murderous intent in George's heart. Ironically, he realized he was actually seriously considering this matter. Establishing a new city in this place, better than Makos, he could make a comeback here. And then... Well then, I think I should get to work. Is there anything I can do for you? Our people now have complied some ideas for the new community, and I hope to hear your thoughts on them as soon as possible. Of course. I'll take my leave. Before he even turned around, Snibel almost immediately returned to his work. Accompanied by guards, George slowly walked through the corridor he had come from, completely unappreciative of the conversation just now. Charity's mercy? Four-eyed wild dog. I have raised my own escape route. George never believed he'd face opposition because he didn't do a good job. The people of Makos were incited by experienced subversies. Subversies, okay. Those he didn't trust much to begin with betrayed his trust exactly as he expected. Of course, in a place deep in his heart that he refused to acknowledge, a voice would occasionally say he had indeed hurt a portion of the people and lost their support. But soon, that voice would be refuted by himself. Making that portion of the people bear the sacrifice was to save more people. However, the recent news constantly coming out of Makos seems to prove that there was always another way. After Vasily and the commander drove him away, Makos did not collapse. Nothing frustrated and angered him more than this, but nothing else kept him humbler either, reminding him that he was just a mediocre failure, just as much of a failure as the old Vasily. So, how many years did Vasily resist, and how many years did he fail? He could certainly do the same, and the only prerequisite was just to survive. The surplus production capacity here can definitely be sold. Also, who says there's nothing here? Let their work performance here offset their qualifications for heading to the purification zone. We can negotiate a few quotas as sweeteners, and then just arrange for someone to act it out. The distance to the green zone is an advantage. If they have a way to secure the Gilin's Ark, they can establish a stable maritime shipping route. Since they have plenty of money, there's no reason they can't build a self-sufficient city. How interesting that they are so obsessed with population. Suddenly, a thought popped into his mind, interrupting his seduction of measures to revitalize Herodias. Wait a minute. That four-eyed dog. Could what he's trading from Makos be? It's tomatoes! It's fucking tomatoes! Ah! After Frontline and the others left, we returned to the school. Since the teacher was still absent due to severe illness, there was no classes. The classroom was noisy, with most people watching a card game. We didn't join in, but slipped out of the classroom to the playground, talking about Frontline and the others under a tree. No one came to bother us. Although there are dozens of children in Herodias now, most are newcomers from outside. Only the four of us were born on the island. Because of this, the adults entrusted us with the task of managing and guiding the new children. No other peers have stayed here for more than a year, so the relationship between the four of us can be said to be incredibly close. Mika, will we not be able to see the dolls again? It's quite easy to get lost in the hero's home. I hope they're doing well. I remember that as long as robots are equipped with various parts, they can do anything. It's so interesting. I really want to go on an adventure with them too. Stop bringing her up. These dolls are troublesome figures. They'll be kicked out by the adults on the island sooner or later. They're not bad people. So what if they get kicked out? No one will like this kind of island with nothing on it anyway. When Bishop Naya and the others leave, I'm going to ask her if she can take me along. I want to go on a hero's party too. No, that's impossible. They wouldn't want a dumb kid like Valya. Then I want to leave too, to live in the green zone. Green zone, idiot. Such nerve. Take this. Yeah, annoying. Don't come over me. Don't come over here. Mika, protect me. Huh? Oh, stop it, Valvia. Ashley incited Mika to betray me. Take this, Camille. We grabbed each other and started wrestling. Even though Camille and Valya had completely opposite attributes towards dolls, they still broke into smiles amidst the shoving. Did any of us ever truly get mad in the past? In my memory, there's no such scene. As if we had been childhood friends since we were old enough to understand things. We never doubted that we might lose any of us in the future. In the end, the other three sat down on the ground surrounding Camille, panting as they spoke words of reconciliation. Camille didn't want to get angry at Valia either, right? It's not because you guys are too careless. I was just reminding you. Anyways, when it comes down to it, whether it's Valia, Mika, or Sasha, you all just come find me annoying, right? I really like Camille. From 10 years ago until now. From 10 years ago. Okay. Camille has always been the smartest and calmest among us. He will definitely become the great leader for everyone in the future. Even if you say that now. Okay, let's go. Whoa, are you gonna throw up? You, obviously the skinniest. Cough. Yeah. Huh? Camille? Camille? Camille, who was originally being hugged from behind by Valia and pouting while trying to counterattack with her elbows, suddenly went rigid. Her body arched backward unnaturally, and hoarse retching sounds came from between her clenched teeth. Then some white substance sprayed out. Valia was startled and subconsciously let go. Camille collapsed onto the ground just like that. The slender limbs trembled and twitched at speed indistinguishable from the naked eye. Her head and feet pounded the ground violently, twitching as if resisting something. Her skin was so scorching hot that it burned my hand. Valia tried to help Camille up, but wailed at the scalding vomit Camille spewed splashed into her eyes. That's right. Camille had an episode. Sasha, quick! Call the adults! Someone help! The sight before her threw Sasha into a frenzy. Her screams quickly attracted the other children, who then began screaming along with her. The adults supervising at the school and the cook arrived shortly after and transported Camille in the only available car. It might already be too late. Before the adults arrived, Camille's eyes had completely rolled back into her sockets. The white substance spewing from her mouth and nose were staying red. Then the corners of her eyes cracked open, oozing dark red liquid. It was as if she were uncontrollably crying and laughing, screaming, fearing, raging. Camille, my best friend, the person I secretly liked. They turned into broken things that merely resembled human shapes, lightly placed into the car by the adults, then driven out of our sight. Yeah, I pretty much immediately got the hint when they said 10 years. Like, that doesn't make sense. What is Hojo doing? People didn't have a good time. Alright, I think this is a good stopping point. I can finish the rest tomorrow. Man, these things are so long. Yeah, this is pretty interesting. I'm curious what's going to happen. Also curious who fucked up Fetusa.
Yeah, he does. He also looked hilariously evil. Oh, like, holy shit. They didn't even try. Yeah, so hopefully tomorrow we don't have any issues with streaming. Because I could have gotten more in if that didn't happen. Yeah, we did enough. 4 hours is good. He was hilariously evil too, yeah. True. But alright. I'm gonna go ahead and get some food, and I will see you guys tomorrow. We will take care of the rest. Y'all take care.